Part 1 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Guide to the Lakes, dedicated to the lovers of landscape studies and to all who have visited or intend to visit the lakes in Cumberland, Westmoreland and Lancashire, by the author of the Antiquities of Furness. Quis non malarum, quas amor curas habet, hec inter obliviscitur. London, printed for Richardson and Urquhart, under the Royal Exchange and W. Pennington, Kendal, 1778. Since persons of genius, taste, and observation began to make the tour of their own country, and give such pleasing accounts of the natural history and improving state of the northern parts of the British Empire, the curious of all ranks have caught the spirit of visiting the same. The taste for landscape, as well as for the other objects of the noble art, cherished under the protection of the greatest of kings and best of men, in which the genius of Britain rivals ancient Greece and Rome, induce many to visit the lakes of Cumberland, Westmoreland, and Lancashire, there to contemplate, in alpine scenery, finished in nature's highest tints, what refined art labours to imitate, the pastoral and rural landscape, varied in all the styles, the soft, the rude, the romantic and sublime, combinations not found elsewhere assembled within so small a tract of country. Another inducement to making the tour of the lakes is the goodness of the roads, much improved since Mr. Gray made his tour in 1765, and Mr. Pennant his in 1772. The gentlemen of these counties have set a precedent worthy of imitation in the politest parts of the kingdom, by opening at private expense carriage roads for the ease and safety of such as visit the country, and the public roads are properly attended to. If the entertainment be plain, it is accompanied with a propriety of neatness, attention, and easy charge. When the roads are more frequented, the inns may become more elegantly furnished and expensive, but the entertainment must remain the same, as the viands at present are not excelled in any other quarter of the empire. The design of the following sheets is to encourage the taste of visiting the lakes by furnishing the traveller with a guide, and for that purpose are here collected and laid before him all the select stations and points of view noticed by those who have made the tour of the lakes, verified by repeated observations, with remarks on the principal objects as they appear viewed from different stations, with such incidents as will greatly facilitate and much heighten the pleasure of the tour, and relieve the traveller from the burthen of dull and tedious information on the road or at the inn, that frequently embarrasses and often misguides. The local knowledge here communicated will not affect, much less prevent, the agreeable surprise that attends the first sight of scenes that surpass all description, and of objects which affect the mind of the spectator only in the highest degree. Such as wish to unbend the mind from anxious cares or fatiguing studies will meet with agreeable relaxation in making the tour of the lakes. Something new will open itself at the turn of every mountain, and a succession of ideas will be supported by a perpetual change of objects and a display of scenes behind scenes in endless perspective. The contemplative traveller will be charmed with the sight of the sweet retreats that he will observe in these enchanting regions of calm repose, and the fanciful may figuratively review the hurry and bustle of busy life in all its gradations, in the variety of unshaded rills that hang on the mountain sides, and the hasty brooks that warble through the dell, or the mighty torrents precipitating themselves at once with thundering noise from tremendous rocky heights, all pursuing one general end, their increase in the vale and their union in the ocean. Such as spend their lives in cities and their time in crowds will here meet with objects that will enlarge the mind by contemplation and raise it from nature to nature's first cause. Whoever takes a walk into these scenes must return penetrated with a sense of the Creator's power in heaping mountains upon mountains and enthroning rocks upon rocks, and such exhibitions of sublime and beautiful objects cannot but excite at once both rapture and reverence. When exercise and change of air are recommended for health, the convalescent will find the latter here in the purest state, and the former will be the concomitant of the tour. The many hills and mountains of various heights, separated by narrow vales, through which the air is agitated and hurried on by a multiplicity of brooks and mountain torrents, keep it in constant circulation, which is known to add much to its purity. The water is also as pure as the air, and on that account recommends itself to the valetudinarian. As there are few people in easy circumstances but may find a motive for visiting this extraordinary region, so more especially those who intend to make the continental tour should begin here, as it will give in miniature an idea of what they are to meet with there, in traversing the Alps and Apennines, to which our northern mountains are not inferior in beauty of line, or variety of summit, number of lakes, and transparency of water, not in colouring of rock or softness of turf, but in height and extent only. The mountains here are all accessible to the summit, and furnish prospects no less surprising, with more variety than the Alps themselves. The tops of the highest Alps are inaccessible, being covered with everlasting snow, which, commencing at regular heights above the cultivated tracts, or wooded and verdant sides, form the highest contrast in nature, with all the variety of climate in one view. To this we oppose the sight of the ocean from the summit of all the higher mountains, intersected with promontories, interrupted with islands, and animated with navigation, which adds greatly to the beauty and variety of the grand views. Those who have traversed the Alps, who have visited the Lake of Geneva, and viewed Mount Blanc, the highest of the glaciers, from the valley of the Chamonix in Savoy, may still find entertainment in this home tour, where nature, on a reduced scale, has performed wonders in the epitome of her greater works. The analogy of mountainous countries and their difference furnishes the observant traveller with amusement, and the travelled visitor of the Cumbrian lakes and mountains will not be disappointed in this particular. This guide will also be of use to the artist in his choice of station, by pointing out the principal objects in a country that abounds in landscape studies, with such variety of scenery. Yet it is not presumed dogmatically to direct, but only to suggest hints that may be improved, adopted, or rejected. The late Mr. Gray was a great judge of perspective, yet whoever makes choice of his station at the 3-mile stone from Lancaster will fail in taking one of the finest afternoon rural landscapes in England. The station he points out is 1/4 of a mile too low, and somewhat too much to the left. The more advantageous station, as I apprehend, is on the south side of the Great or Queen's Road, a little higher than where Mr. Gray stood, for there the vale is in full display, with a longer reach of the river, and the Wheel of the Loon, formed by a high-crowned isthmus, fringed with tall trees, that in times past was the solitary site of a hermit. A few trees, by the owner preserved on purpose, conceal the nakedness of Caton Moor on the right, and render the view complete. By company from the south, the lakes may be visited, beginning with Hawes Water and ending with Coniston or Thurston Water, or vice versa. Mr. Gray began his tour with Ullswater, but did not visit all the lakes. Mr. Pennant proceeded from Coniston Water to Windermere, etc., but omitted Ulls and Hawes Water. Mr. Gray was too late in the season for enjoying the beauties of prospect and rural landscape in a mountainous country, for in October the dews lie long on the grass in the morning, and the clouds descend soon in the evening and conceal the mountains. Mr. Pennant was too early in the spring, when the mountains were mantled with snow, and the dells were darkened with impenetrable mist. Hence his gloomy description of the beautiful and romantic Vale of St. John, in his journey from Ambleside to Keswick. Flora displays few of her charms early in May, in a country that has been chilled by 7 winter months. The best season for visiting the lakes to advantage is from the 1st of June to the end of August. During these months the mountains are decked in all the trim of summer vegetation, and the woods and trees which hang on the mountain sides and adorn the banks of the lakes are robed in the variety of foliage and summer blooms. In August nature has given her highest tints to all her colours on the enamelled plain and borders of the lakes. The striking contrast of the rugged cliff, the broken ridge, the overhanging rock, the rent conic summit, and brown vegetation of the mountain sides, with the beautiful hanging enclosures of finest verdure, and at their feet stretched out the smooth surface of the lake, are seen in high perfection. There are also the months favourable to botanic studies. The rare plants are then to be found, such as delight in alpine heights, or such as are only found in ever-shaded dells or gloomy vales. The author of the 6 months' tour visited the lakes in the fine season, and saw them all except Coniston and Bassenthwaite, both Lancashire lakes, which are on the western side and lie parallel to Windermere. Nothing but want of information could have prevented that curious traveller from visiting the whole range of the lakes, which had he done, and described their scenery with that accuracy and glow of colour as he has done the lakes of Keswick, Windermere, etc., a copy of that would have been a sufficient guide to all who made the same tour. The author of the excursion to the lakes in Westmoreland and Cumberland takes no notice of the Lancashire lakes. His principal objects are Ullswater and the Lake of Keswick, whose beauties he describes with much elegance and profusion of style, interspersed with not a few political and moral reflections. But at Windermere he vilifies and decries the noble characteristic scenery of the finest lake in England. Of the island so called by way of preeminence, he is pleased to declaim thus: "Upward on the lake we looked on a large island of about 30 acres of meagre pasture ground, in an irregular oblong figure. Here and there some misshapen oak trees bend their crooked branches on the sandy brinks, and one little grove of sycamores shelter a cottage. The few natural beauties of this island are wounded and distorted by some ugly rows of firs set in right lines, and then proceeds in an ungenteel manner to abuse the owner for want of taste, in laying it out in gardens and pleasure ground to suit a house he then proposed, and has since built upon it. This author, however, before he takes leave of the lake, does it the honour of giving it one of the first landscape painters of his time, Claude Lorrain, and his genius, Mr. Smith, to pencil forth the rich variety of Windermere. Messrs. Young and Pennant speak of Windermere in very different strains. The first thinks the island the sweetest spot, and full of the greatest capabilities of any 30 acres of land in the King's dominions, and Mr. Pennant is pleased to say, "This delicious isle is blessed with a rich pasturage, is adorned with a pretty grove, and has on it a good house." Those gentlemen were upon the island, and the author of the excursion was not, and the excursion itself, for the reasons already assigned, is not a complete guide to the lakes. The course of visiting the lakes from Penrith is by Bampton to Hawes Water, and from thence to Ullswater, and return to Penrith. Set out for Keswick, 17 miles good road. Having seen the wonders of Keswick and the environs, depart for Ambleside, 17 miles, excellent mountain road, and affords much entertainment. From Ambleside ride along the side of Windermere 5 miles to Bowness, and having explored the lake, either return to Ambleside, and from thence to Hawkshead 5 miles, or cross Windermere at the horse ferry to Hawkshead 4 miles. The road part of the way is along the beautiful banks of Bassenthwaite Water. From Hawkshead the road is along the skirts of the Furness Apennines to the head of Coniston or Thurston Water, 3 miles good road. The lake stretches from the feet of Coniston Fells to the south 6 miles. The road is on the eastern side along its banks to Lowick Bridge, from thence to Ulverston by Penny Bridge, 6 miles, or by Lowick Hall. Good carriage road everywhere. From Ulverston by Dalton to the ruins of Furness Abbey, 6 miles. Return to Ulverston, from thence to Kendal, 21 miles, or to Lancaster, over the sands, 20 miles. This order of making the tour of the lakes is the most convenient for company coming from the north or over Stainmore, but for such company as come to Lancaster, it will be more convenient to begin the visit with Coniston Lake. By this course the lakes lie in an order more pleasing to the eye and grateful to the imagination. The change of scenes is from what is pleasing to what is surprising, from the delicate and elegant touches of Claude to the noble scenes of Poussin, and from these to the stupendous romantic ideas of Salvator Rosa. This guide shall therefore take up the company at Lancaster, and attend them in the tour to all the lakes, pointing out what only can be described, the permanent features, the vales, the dells, the groves, the hanging woods, the scattered cots, the steep mountains, the impending cliff, the broken ridge, etc. The accidental beauties depend upon a variety of incidents, from light and shade, the air, the winds, the clouds, the situation with respect to objects, and the time of day. For though the ruling tints be permanent, the green and gold of the meadow and vale, and the brown and purple of the mountain, the silver grey of the rock, and the azure hue of the cloud-topped peak, they are frequently varied by an intermixture of reflection from wandering clouds or other bodies, or a sudden stream of sunshine that harmonizes all the parts anew. The pleasure arising from such scenes is personal, and best understood when received. To render the tour more agreeable, the company should be provided with a telescope for viewing the fronts and summits of the inaccessible rocks, and the distant country from the tops of the high mountains Skiddaw and Helvellyn. The landscape mirror will also furnish much amusement among the mountains. Where the objects are great and near, it removes them to a due distance, and shows them in the soft colours of nature and most regular perspective the eye can perceive, art teach, or science demonstrate. The mirror is of greatest use in sunshine, and the person using it ought always to turn his back to the object that he views. It should also be suspended by the upper part of the case, that it may hang perpendicular to the reflected object, and the face be thereby screened from the sun. The landscape will then be seen in the glass, by holding it a little to the right or left, as the position of the parts to be viewed require. A glass of 4 inches, or 4 inches and half diameter, is a size, though the object be near, that will admit a field large enough for the eye to take in at one sweep. The mirror is a plain convex glass, and should be the segment of a large circle, otherwise distant and small objects are not perceived in it. But if the glass be too flat, the perspective view of great and near objects is less pleasing, by representing them too near. These inconveniences may be provided against by 2 glasses of different convexity. The glass with the black foil answers well in sunshine, but on cloudy and gloomy days the silver foil answers better. Whoever uses spectacles upon other occasions must use them in viewing landscapes in the glass. End of Part 1. Part 2 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lancaster. The castle here is the first object that attracts the attention of the curious traveller. The elevation of the site and magnificence of the front strike the imagination with the idea of much strength, beauty, and importance, and such it has been ever since the arrival of the Romans in these parts. An eminence of swift descent that commands the fords of a great tiding river would not be neglected by so able a general as Agricola, and accordingly he occupied the crown of this eminence in the summer of his second campaign, and of the Christian era 79, and here erected a station to secure his conquest and passes of the river, whilst he proceeded with the army to pass the bay of Morecambe into Furness. The station was called Longovicum, and in process of time the inhabitants were called Longovices, i.e. a people dwelling upon the Lon or Lune. This station communicated with Overborough by exploratory mounts, some of them still remaining on the banks of the Lune, which answered the purposes of guarding the fords of the river, overawing the natives, and communicating with the two stations. That at Halton, Melon, and at the east end of the bridge of Lune are still entire. It was connected with the station at Watercrook near Kendal by means of the beacon on Wharton Crag and the castellum on the summit of a hill that rises immediately over Watercrook, at present called Castle Steads. The town that Agricola founded here belonged to the Western Brigantes, and in their language was called Caer Werid, i.e. the Green Town. The name is still retained in that part of the town called Green Air, for Green Care, the British construction being changed, and Werid translated into English. The green mount on which the castle stands appears to be an artefactum of the Romans. In digging into it 2 years ago, a Roman silver denarium was found at a great depth. The eminence has been surrounded with a deep moat. The present structure is generally supposed to have been built by Edward III, but some parts of it seem to be of a higher date. There are 3 styles of architecture very evident in the present castle. 1. Round towers, distant from each other about 26 paces, and joined by a wall and open gallery. On the western side there remain 2 entire, and from their distance, and the visible foundations of others, it appears that they have been in number 7, and that the form of the castle was then a polygon. One of these towers is called Adrian's Tower, probably from something formerly standing there, dedicated to that emperor. There are 2 stages high. The lights are narrow slits. The hanging gallery is supported by a single range of corbels, and the lower stages communicated by a close gallery in the wall. Each stage was vaulted with a plain pyramidal vault of great height. Those in the more southern towers are entire, and called John of Gaunt's ovens. But the calling them so is as ridiculous as groundless. Taillebois, Baron of Kendal, is the first after the Conquest who was honoured with the command of this castle, and William de Taillebois, in the reign of Henry II, obtained leave to take the surname of Lancaster. It is therefore probable that the Barons of Kendal either built or repaired the ancient castle in which they resided, until they erected upon the summer site of the station of Concangium their castle at Kendal. The remains of some of the bastions there agree in style with the towers here. 2. The second distinct style of building in Lancaster's castle is a square tower of a great height, the lower part of which is of a remote antiquity. The windows are small and round-headed, ornamented with plain short pillars on each side. The upper part of this magnificent tower is a modern repair. The masonry shows it, and a stone in the battlement on the northern side, inscribed E.R. 1585 R.A., proves that this repair was made in the time of Queen Elizabeth. It is pretty evident that the 2 towers with the rampart have been removed to give light and air to the lower windows on the outside of the tower, and it is joined by a wall of communication to Adrian's Tower that could not be there when the other towers were standing. There are 2 lesser square towers on the opposite side. 3. The third style of building is the front and gateway. This may be given to Edward III, or to his son, John of Gaunt. It fronts to the east, and is a magnificent building in the Gothic style. It opens with a noble and lofty pointed arch, defended by overhanging battlements, supported by a triple range of corbels, cut in form of bulltins, the intervals pierced for the descent of missiles. On each side rise 2 light watch-towers. Immediately over the gate is an ornamented niche, which probably once contained the figure of the founder. On one side is still to be seen on a shield, France, quartered with England. On the other side the same, with a label ermine of 3 points, the distinction of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, 4th son of Edward III, the first English monarch that quartered France and England on a shield. N.B. It was Henry V that reduced the lilies of France to 3. On the north side of the hill below the churchyard are some remains of the wall that encompassed the station. It retains part of the ancient name of the place, being called Wherry Wall. Those who suppose it part of the priory enclosure wall that was situated on the north side of the church may be satisfied by viewing the part of the enclosure wall yet standing, a thin mouldering fabric, whereas the wherry wall is a cemented mass that nothing but great violence can injure. Another fragment of it stands at the stile on the footpath under the west end of the churchyard. It is frequently met with in the churchyard, and its direction is to the western side of the castle. The father of the late William Bradshaw of Halton, Esquire, remembered the wherry wall projecting over the bridge lane, pointing directly to the river. This could never be the direction of the priory wall, to say nothing of the name which tradition has preserved. Had Mr. Pennant viewed both, he would not have doubted a moment to join Camden against Leland. At Bridge Lane it makes an angle and runs along the brow of the hill behind the houses in a line to Church Street, which it crosses about Covell Cross. This is attested by the owners of the gardens, who have met with it in that direction and always find blue clay under the foundation stones. Though this station was one of the first which the Romans had in those parts, and from its importance the last they abandoned, yet but few Roman-British remains have been discovered at it. The Caledonians, the unconquered enemies and greatest plague of the Romans in Britain, were particularly galled and offended with the garrison at Lancaster, it being always the first to oppose them, as often as they invaded the empire, by crossing the Solway Frith, for having taken the advantage of the spring tides and darkness of the nights at the change of the moon, they could escape the garrison at Virocidium, Ellenborough, Arbea, and Moresby, and skulking along the Cumberland coast, crossed the Morecambe Bay, and were first discovered on the banks of the Lune. Here they were opposed by the townsmen, who kept the garrison, and if they did not immediately return by the way they came, the alarm brought upon them the garrisons from Overborough, Watercrook, and Ambleside, who surrounded and cut them off. Hence arose a particular hatred to the Lancastrians, which time and repeated injuries fermented into rage. In the end, the barbarous clans, following close upon the heels of the flying Romans, would in a particular manner satiate their desire of revenge upon the helpless Lancastrians by sacking and destroying their town and fortifications, that such another at no time might oppose their invasions. The Saxons arriving soon after raised on the ruins the town that remains to this day, so it may be inferred that the present town of Lancaster stands on a magazine of British Roman antiquities. This is verified by digging under any of the ancient houses, where it appears that the earth has been moved and Roman remains are frequently found. Beside what Dr. Lee mentions, there are many recent instances that proves the conjecture. In the year 1772, in digging a cellar, where an old house had stood in a street or lane called Pudding Lane, almost in the centre of the town, was found reversed in a bed of fine sand, above 5 feet underground, a square stone of 4 feet by 2.5, a foot and 2 inches being broken of the lower corner on the right-hand side, so as to render the inscription obscure. The letters elegantly formed, square and about 3 inches high. The inscription had consisted of 8 or 9 lines, of which 6 are entire and of easy explanation. The loss in the 7th is readily supplied, but the 8th must be made out by the common style of such votive stones. The elegance of the letters pronounce them to be the work of the best times, but the 2 small letters in the 3rd and 5th line reduce it to the age of the Emperor Gordian, and if the 3 small letters have been occasioned by the omission of the sculptor, then it will be of higher antiquity. It is known by inscriptions found at Olenacum, Old Carlisle, that the Augustan wing mentioned in this inscription was stationed there in the time of Gordian, but from this inscription it seems to have also been at Lancaster. This memorable stone is now to be seen in the rare collection of Ashton Lever, Esquire, in Leicester House, London. 2 years ago, in sinking a cellar in an old house in Church Street, some cartloads of fragments of Roman earthenware were thrown out, urns, patera, etc., many of them finely glazed and elegantly marked with emblematic figures, some copper coins, and an entire lamp with a turned-up, perforated handle to hang it by, the nozzle of which is black from use. At the depth of 2 yards were also found a great number of human bones, small and large, with burnt ashes, a wall of great thickness, and a well filled with rubbish of the same kind, probably leading to a vault where remains are deposited, but the curious must for ever regret that no further search was made. What throws new light upon the station here is the late discovery of a Roman pottery by the Honourable Edward Clifford in his estate of Quormore near Lancaster. That the works have been very considerable may be guessed from the space discoloured with broken ware, and the holes from whence the clay has been taken, with the great variety of bricks, tiles, and vessels that are found. But the greatest discovery is, upon a tile with turned-up ledges, impressed with a stamp on each end, alle Sebusia, a wing of cavalry not heard of before. The same inscription is found on bricks, the label smaller, and letters alla Sebusia. The shape of the second letter in the first word is like that in the inscription on the rock near Brampton in Cumberland, supposed to be cut in the time of the Emperor Severus, AD 207, and is the fifth L in Horsley's alphabet. On the brick the letters are square, from which may be inferred that this wing was long stationed at Lancaster. This town, ever since the Conquest, is renowned for loyalty and attachment to established government, for which King John honoured it with as ample a charter as he had conferred on the burgesses of Bristol and Northampton. Charles II exemplified and confirmed the same with additional privileges, but Lancaster derived its greatest lustre and importance from the title it gave to Edmund, second son of Henry III, and to his issue, Dukes of Lancaster and Kings of England, of the Lancastrian line, but in the end suffered much by supporting their title to the crown in the contest with the House of York. So little had it retrieved itself when Camden visited it, 1609, that he speaks of it as not populous, and that the inhabitants were all husbandmen. Since that time it is much enlarged. The new houses are neat and handsome, the streets well paved and thronged with inhabitants, busied in a prosperous trade to Guinea and the West Indies. Along a fine quay, noble warehouses are built, and when it shall please those concerned to deepen the shoals in the river, ships of great burthen may come up close to the warehouses. At present, only such can come up as do not exceed 250 tons. The air of Lancaster is salubrious, the environs pleasant, the inhabitants wealthy, courteous, hospitable, and polite. The church is a handsome Gothic structure. The beautiful east window is obstructed by a tall screen behind the altar, and the church is further hurt by a multiplicity of pews. The only remains of ancient furniture are a few turn-up seats, carved in the style of the times when it belonged to the priory of St. Martin of Sées in France. Some of the carvings are fine, but the figures are either gross or grotesque. It stands on the crown of an eminence below the castle, from which it is only separated by the moat. The views from the churchyard are extensive and pleasant, particularly the grand and much admired prospect of the northern mountains. The new chapel is a neat and more commodious place of worship. There are also in this town Presbyterian, Quaker, and Methodist meeting houses, and a Romish chapel. When the present incommodious bridge was lately repaired, some brass pieces of money were found under a foundation stone, from which it is conjectured to be of Danish origin. A more ancient bridge stood higher up the river at Skirton town end, a situation much more convenient, and would make a fine entrance, which Lancaster is defective in. Before you leave Lancaster, take a ride to the 3 Milestone on the road to Hornby, and have Mr. Gray's most noble view of the Vale of Lonsdale, which he or his editor describes in these words, in the note, page 373. This scene opens just 3 miles from Lancaster, on what is called the Queen's Road, To see the view in perfection, here you must go into a field on the left. Here Ingleborough, behind a variety of lesser mountains, makes the background of the prospect. On each hand of the middle distance rise two sloping hills, the left clothed with thick wood, the right with variegated rock and herbage. Between them, in the richest of valleys, the Lune serpentizes for many a mile, and comes forth ample and clear through a well-wooded and richly pastured foreground. Every feature which constitutes a perfect landscape of the extensive fort is here not only boldly marked, but also in its best position. From Lancaster to Hest Bank, 4 miles. Set out with the Ulverstone carriers at the stated hour, or take a guide for the sands called Lancaster Sands, 9 miles over. On a fine day there is not a more pleasant seaside ride in the kingdom. On the right, a bold shore, deep indented in some places, and opening into bays in others. Valleys open to the view that stretch far into the country, bounded on each side by hanging grounds, cut into enclosures, interspersed with groves and hanging woods, adorned with sequestered cots, farms, villages, churches, and castles. Mountains behind mountains, and others just seen over them, close the foreseen. Claude has not introduced Soracte on the Tiber in a more happy point of view than Ingleborough appears in during the course of this ride. At entering on the sands, to the left, Hesham Point rises abruptly, and the village hangs on its side in a beautiful manner. Over a vast extent of sands, see Peel Castle, the ancient bulwark of the bay, rears its venerable head above the tide. In front appears a fine sweep of country, sloping to the south. On the right, Warton Crag presents itself in a bold style. On its arched summit are the vestiges of a square encampment, and the ruins of a beacon. Grounds bearing from the eye, variegated in every pleasing form, by woods, variety of pastured grounds, and rock, for many a mile, are terminated by cloud-topped Ingleborough. A little further on to the right, another vale opens to the sands, and shows a broken ridge of rocks, and beyond them are seen groups of mountains towering to the sky. Cattlesteads, a pyramidal hill that rises above the station at Kendal, is now in sight. At the bottom of the bay stands Arnside ancient tower, once a mansion of the Stanleys. The Cartmel coast, as you advance, becomes more pleasing. Betwixt that and Silverdale Nab, a pyramidal mountain of naked grey rock, is a great break in the coast, and through it the river Kent rolls its waters to join the tide. In the mouth of the estuary are two beautiful conical isles, clothed in wood and sweet verdure. As you advance towards them, they seem to change their situation and vary their appearance. At the same time, a grand view opens of the Westmoreland mountains, tumbled about in a most surprising manner. At the head of the estuary, under a beautiful green hill, Heversham village and church appear in fine perspective. To the north, Whitbarrow Scar, a huge arched and bended cliff of an immense height, shows a storm-beaten front. The intermediate space is a mixture of rocks and woods and cultivated patches that form a romantic view. As you approach, a guide on horseback, called the Carter, is in waiting to conduct passengers over the ford. The Priory of Cartmel was charged with this important office, and had synodal and Peterpence allowed towards the maintenance of the guide. Since the dissolution of the Priory, it is held by patent of the Duchy of Lancaster, and the salary £20 per annum is paid by the Receiver General. Cartmel is a small district belonging to Lancashire, but united to Westmoreland a little below Bowness on Windermere, and from thence extends itself betwixt the rivers Leven and Kent, intersecting the great bay of Morecambe. It is 3 miles across from Cark Lane, where you quit the sands to Sandiet. Pass through Fluckborough, once a market town, by charter granted to the Prior of Cartmel, Lord Paramount, from King Edward I. The only thing worthy of notice is the church of Cartmel, a handsome Gothic edifice. The east window is finely ribbed with pointed arches, light and elegant. The painted glass is almost defaced. The preservation of this edifice reflects honour on the memory of George Preston, of Holker, Esquire, who, at his own expense, new-roofed the whole, and decorated the inside with a stucco ceiling. The choir and chancel he also repaired, suiting the new parts to the ancient remains of the canons' seats, thereby preserving the ancient form entire. Persons uninformed of this always take it to be the same it was before the dissolution. The style of the building, like most of its contemporaries, is irregular. The pointed and round arch is contrasted, and the fine clustered pillar faces the heavy octagonal. The form is a cross, in length 157 feet, the transepts 110 feet, the height of the walls 57 feet. The tower on the centre is a singular construction, being a square within a square, the higher set at cross angles within the lower. This gives it an odd appearance on all sides, but may have some reference to the octagonal pillars in the church, and both to the memory of something now forgotten. It was built and endowed with the manor of Cartmel by William Mariscal, the elder, Earl of Pembroke, in 1188, according to some. But as in the foundation deed, mention is made of Henry II, Richard, and Henry the Younger, his lord the king, it appears rather to have been founded in the beginning of that reign. For William the elder, Earl of Pembroke, died in the 4th or 5th year of that reign, viz. Henry III. He gave it to the Canons Regular of St. Austin, reserving to himself and his heirs the right of granting to them the congé d'eslir of a prior, who should be independent of all others, and never to be erected into an abbey. Under the north wall, a little below the altar, is the tombstone of William de Walton, Prior of Cartmel. He is mentioned in the confirmation diploma of Edward II, and must have been one of the first priors. Opposite to this is a magnificent tomb of a Harrington and his lady, which Mr. Pennant thinks may be of Sir John Harrington, who in 1305 was summoned by Edward I, with numbers of other gallant gentlemen, to meet him at Carlisle and attend him on his expedition into Scotland. But it agrees better with a John de Harrington, called John of Cartmel, or his son of Rasham Tower in Cartmel, as Sir Daniel Fleming's account of that family has it. The head of the Harrington family, Sir John Harrington, in the reign of Edward I, was of Aldingham, and lived at Gleaston Castle in Furness, and died in an advanced age, 1347, and is more probably the Sir John Harrington mentioned in Dugdale's baronage, and summoned by Edward I. There is not one vestige of the monastery remaining. There is a gatehouse, but whether this was connected with the cloisters or not, tradition is silent, and the distance from the church is unfavourable to the conjecture. Proceed through rocky fields and groves to Holker, 1 mile, the seat of the Right Honourable Lord George Cavendish. The carriage road is by Cark Hall. At the top of the hill there opens a fine view of Furness. Holker Hall lies at your feet, embosomed in wood. On the left, Ulverston Bay opens into the Great Bay, and is 4 miles over. The coast is deeply indented, and the peninsulas are beautifully fringed with wood. On the right, a bold bending rock presents a noble arched forehead, and a fine slope of enclosed grounds, mixed with wood, leads the eye to Ulverston, the port and mart of Furness. Conishead shows its pyramidal head, completely clothed in wood. At its feet the priory, shielded by a wing of hanging wood that climbs up the side of a steep hill. Bardsey, under its rocks and hanging woods, stands in a delightful point of view. In front, a sweet fall of enclosures, marked with clumps of trees and hedgerows, gives it a most picturesque appearance. A white house on the sea bank, under the cover of a deep wood, has a most enchanting appearance. The coast from that is of singular beauty, of hanging woods, enclosed land, and pasture grounds, varied in every pleasing form, and where an extensive view can charm, this must. Descend to Holker which adds to the scenes what is peculiar to itself, with the improvements of the noble owner finished in a masterly style. The traveller will here observe husbandry in a more flourishing way than in the country he is soon to visit. The farmers here, as elsewhere, are slow in imitating new practices, but the continued success which attends his lordship's improvements has not failed in effecting a reformation amongst the Cartmel farmers. In crossing Leven Sands to Ulverston, you have on the right a grand view of alpine scenery. A rocky hill, patched with wood and heath, rising immediately from the coast, directs the eye to an immense chain of lofty mountains, increased in magnitude and height since they were seen from Hest Bank. On a fine morning this is a pleasant ride, when the mountains are strongly illuminated by the sunbeams, and patched with shadows of intervening clouds that sail along their sides, or over their summits drag their watery skirts, through which the sunbeams streaming gild their rocky heads with silver, and variegate their olive-coloured sides with stripes of gold and green. This fairy scene soon shifting, all is concealed in a mantle of azure mist. At the Aya, or ford of the river Leven, another carter conducts you over. On the dissolution of the priory of Conishead, King Henry VIII charged himself and successors with the payment which the guide received from the priory, 15 marks per annum, and the office is held and the salary is paid as to the other carter. Ulverston, the London of Furness, is a neat town at the foot of a swift descent to the south-east, the streets regular and excellently well paved. The weekly market for Low Furness has been long established here, to the prejudice of Dalton, the ancient capital of Furness. The articles of export are iron ore in great quantities, pig and bar iron, oats, barley, beans, potatoes, bark, and limestone. The principal inns are kept by the guides, who pass to and from Lancaster on Sunday, Tuesday, and Friday in every week. The entertainment is good, the attendance civil, and charge reasonable. Make an excursion to the west, 3 miles, and visit the greatest iron mines in England. At Whitriggs the works are carried on with much spirit by driving of levels into the bosom of the mountain. The ore is found in a limestone stratum, mixed with a variety of spars of a dirty colour. There is much quartz in some of the works that admits of a high polish. At present the works in Stone Close and Adgarly are the most flourishing that have been known in Furness. The mineral is not hurtful to animal or vegetable. The verdure is remarkably fine about the workings, and no one ever suffered by drinking the water in the mines, though discoloured and much impregnated with the ore. By Dalton to the magnificent ruins of Furness Abbey, and there see the wild waste of all-devouring years, how Rome, her own sad sepulchre, appears, with nodding arches, broken temples spread, the very tombs now vanish like the dead. This abbey was founded by Stephen, Earl of Morton, and Boulogne, afterwards King of England, AD 1127, and was endowed with the lordship of Furness and many royal privileges. It was peopled from the monastery of Savigny in Normandy, and dedicated to St. Mary. In ancient writings it is styled St. Mary's of Furness. The monks were of the order of Savigny, and their dress was grey cloth, but on receiving St. Bernard's form they changed from grey to white, and became Cistercians, and such they remained till the dissolution of monasteries. The situation of this abbey, so favourable to contemplative life, justifies the choice of the first settlers. Such a sequestered site in the bottom of a deep dell, through which a hasty brook rolls its murmuring stream, and along which the roaring west wind, joined with the deep-toned matin song, must have been favourable to the solemn melancholy of monastic life. To prevent surprise and call in assistance, a beacon was placed on the crown of the eminence that rises immediately from the abbey, and is seen over all Low Furness. The door leading to the beacon is still remaining in the enclosure wall on the eastern side. The magnitude of the abbey may be known from the dimensions of the ruins, and enough is standing to show the style of the architecture. The round and pointed arches occur in doors and windows. The fine cluttered Gothic and the heavy plain Saxon pillars stand contrasted. The walls show excellent masonry, in many places counter-arched, and the ruins are strong cement. The east window has been noble, and some of the painted glass that once adorned it is preserved in a window in Windermere church. On the outside of the window, under an arched festoon, is the head of the founder, and opposite to it that of Maud his queen, both crowned and well executed. In the south wall and east end of the church are 4 seats, adorned with Gothic ornaments. In these the officiating priest with his attendants sat at intervals, during the solemn service of High Mass. In the middle space lies a procumbent figure of a man in armour, cross-legged, in the place where the first barons of Kendal lie interred. The chapter house has been a noble room of 60 feet by 45. The vaulted roof, formed of 12 ribbed arches, was supported by 6 pillars in 2 rows at 13 feet distance from each other, and the side walls, supposing each pillar 2 feet diameter, which divided the room into 3 alleys or passages of 13 feet wide. At the entrance, the middle only could be seen, lighted by a pair of tall pointed windows at the upper end of the room. The company in the side passage would be concealed by the pillars, and the vaulted roof that groined from those pillars would have a true Gothic disproportioned appearance of 60 feet by 13. The 2 side alleys were lighted each by a pair of similar lights, besides a pair on each side at the upper end, at present entire, and illustrate what is here said. Thus, whilst the upper end of the room had a profusion of light, the lower end would be in the shade. The noble roof of this singular edifice did but lately fall in. The entrance or porch is still up, a fine circular arch, beautified with a deep cornice, as also a portico on each side. The only entire roof now standing is of a building without the enclosure wall. It was the schoolhouse for the children of the abbot's tenants, and is a single ribbed arch that groins from the walls. There is a general disproportion remarkable in Gothic churches, which must have originated in some effect intended by all the architects. Perhaps to strike the mind with reverential awe at the sight of magnificence, arising from the vastness of 2 dimensions, the third seemingly disregarded, or perhaps such proportion of height and length was found more favourable than any other to the church song, by giving a deeper swell to the choir of chanting monks. A remarkable deformity in this edifice, and for which there is no apparent reason or necessity, is, that the north door, which is the principal entrance, is on one side of the window over it. The tower has been supported by 4 magnificent arches, of which only one remains entire. They rested upon 4 tall pillars, 3 are finely clustered, the 4th is of a plain, unmeaning construction. From the abbey, if on horseback, return by Newton, Stainton, and Ardgally. See on the right a deep embayed coast, the islands of Walney, Foulney, and Peel Castle, a variety of extensive views on all sides. At Ardgally the new works are carried on under the old workings. The richest iron ore is found here in immense quantities. 140 tons have been raised at one shaft in 24 hours. To the right have a view of the ruins of Gleaston Castle, the feat of the Flemings soon after the Conquest, and by a succession of marriages it went to Cansfield, then to Harrington, who enjoyed it 6 descents, after that to Bonville, and lastly to Grey, and was forfeited by Henry Grey, Duke of Suffolk, AD 1559. Leaving Urswick behind, ascend Birkrigg, a rocky eminence, and from the beacon have a variety of extensive and pleasant views of land and sea, mountains and islands. Ulverston appears seated under a hanging wood, and behind that Furness Fells, in various shapes, form the grandest far-ground that can be imagined. The back view is the reverse. When the tide is up, a fine arm of the sea stretching far within land, terminated by bold rocks and steep shores. Across this expanse of sea a far country is seen, and Lancaster town and castle is perceived in a fine point under a scree of high grounds, over which fabled Clougher rears his venerable head. Ingleborough, behind many other mountains, has a fine effect from this station. If, in a carriage, return from the Abbey by Dalton, this village is sweetly situated on the crest of a rocky eminence, sloping to the morning sun. At the upper end is a square tower, where formerly the abbot held his secular court and secured his prisoners. The keep is in the bottom of the tower, a dismal dungeon. This village, being conveniently situated in a fine sporting country, is honoured with an annual hunt begun by the late Lord Strange, and is continued by his son, the truly noble Earl of Derby. It commences the Monday after the 24th of October, and continues 2 whole weeks. For the better accommodation of the company, 2 excellent long rooms were built about 4 years ago, and called Sportsman's Hall. Return to Ulverston, and from thence to the Priory of Conishead, the paradise of Furness. A Mount Edgecombe in miniature, it well deserves a visit from the curious traveller. The house stands on the site of the Priory of Conishead, at the foot of a fine eminence, and the ground falls gently from it on all sides. The slopes are planted with shrubs and trees in such a manner as improve the elevation, and the waving woods that fly from it on each wing give an airy and noble appearance. The south front is in the modern taste, extended by an arcade. The north is in the Gothic style with a piazza. The offices on this side form wings. The apartments are elegantly furnished, and the house is a good and convenient one. But what recommends itself most to the curious is a plan of pleasure ground on a small scale, raised by improvement to equal one of the greatest in England. The variety of culminated grounds and winding slopes, comprehended within this sweet spot, furnishes all the advantages of mountains and vales, woods and water. By the judicious management of these assemblages, the late owner did work wonders, and by well consulting the genius of the place, called in to aid his plan, and harmonized the features of a country vast in extent, and by nature highly picturesque, whole distant parts answering, form a magnificent whole. Besides the ornamental grounds, the views from the house are both pleasing and surprising, pastoral, rural, and marine. On one hand a fine estuary, spotted with rocks, isles, and peninsulas, a variety of shore, deeply indented in some places, in others composed of noble arched rocks, craggy, broken, and fringed with wood. Over these, hanging woods, intermixed with cultivated enclosures, covered with a background of stupendous mountains. The contrast of this view is at the other end of the gravel walk, between 2 culminating hills covered with tall wood, is seen in fine perspective. A rich cultivated dale, divided by hedgerow trees, beyond these hanging grounds cut into enclosures, with scattered farms. Above all, a long range of waving pasture ground and sheep walks, shining in variety of vegetation. This sweet pastoral picture is heightened much by the deep shade of the towering wooded hills between which it is viewed. Turn to the left, the scenery is all reversed. Under a range of tall sycamores an expanse of water bursts upon the eye, and beyond it, land just visible through the azure mist. Vessels traversing this bay are seen in a most picturesque manner, and from the lower windows appear sailing through the trees and approaching the house till they drop anchor just under the windows. The range of sycamores has a fine effect in this sea view, by breaking the line in the watery plain and forming an elegant frame to a very excellent picture. By turning a little to the right the prospect changes. At the head of a sloping enclosure and under the skirts of a steep wood, a sequestered cottage stands in the point of beauty. There is a great variety of pleasing views from the different meandering walks and seats in the wood. At the Moss House, and the seat in the bottom of the wood, where Ulverston and the environs make a pretty picture. Under the shrubbery on the eastern side of the house, and from the gate at the northern end of the walk, in the afternoon and sun shining, behind a swell of green hills, the conical summits of distant mountains are seen, glistening like burnished gold in the sunbeams, and pointing to the heavens in a noble style. But as this sweet spot is injured by description, I shall only add that it is a great omission in the curious traveller to be in Furness, and not to see this wonderfully pretty place, to which nature has been so profuse in noble gifts, directed by the assistance she has had, under the conduct of an elegant fancy, a correct judgment, and refined taste. End of Part 2. Part 3 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Coniston Lake. From Ulverston to Coniston Lake, 6 miles, is either by Penny Bridge or by Lowick, excellent carriage road. By Lowick, the road is along a narrow vale, beautifully divided by hanging enclosures and scattered farms, halfway up the mountain sides, whose various heads are covered with heath and brown vegetation. About 4 miles from Ulverston, you have a distant view of the lake, finely intersected with high-crowned peninsulas. At the upper end, a snow-white house is seen under a hanging wood, and to the north-east, the lake seems to wind round the mountain's feet. The whole range of Coniston fells is now in sight, and under them a lower sweep of dark rocks frown over the crystal surface of the lake. Advancing, on the left see Lowick Hall, once the seat of a family of that name. Behind this a dismal scene of barrenness presents itself, clustered grey rocky mountains, variegated with some few stripes of heath. After crossing the outlet of the lake at Lowick Bridge, these scenes of barrenness are often intercepted by pieces of arable ground, hanging sweetly to the east and cut into waving enclosures, with cottages prettily situated under ancient oaks or venerable yews. The white houses in these parts, covered with blue slate, have a neat appearance. The thatched cot is esteemed a more picturesque object, yet the other, seen under a deep green wood or covered by a purple background of heath, variegated with grey rocks and evergreens, have a pleasing effect. Reach the south end of the lake. Here it is narrowed by rocky prominences from both sides, forming between their curvatures a variety of pretty bays. The whole length of the lake is about 6 measured miles, and the greatest breadth about 3/4 of a mile. The greatest depth by report exceeds not 40 fathom. A little higher, the broadest part commences and stretches with small curvatures to waterhead. The shores are frequently indented, and one pretty bay opens after another in a variety of forms. Station 1. A little above the village of Nibthwaite, the lake opens in full view. From the rock on the left of the road, you have a general view of the lake upward. This station is found by observing an ash tree on the west side of the road, and passing that till you are in a line with the peninsula. The rock is then at your feet. On the opposite shore to the left, and close by the water's edge, are some stripes of meadow and green ground, cut into small enclosures with some dark-coloured houses under aged yews and tall pine trees. 2 promontories project a great way into the lake. The broadest is finely terminated by steep rocks, and crowned with wood. Both are insulated when the lake is high. Upwards, over a fine sheet of water, the lake is again intersected by a far projecting promontory that swells into 2 eminences, and betwixt them the lake is again caught, with some white houses at the feet of the mountains, and more to the right, over another headland, you catch a 4th view of the lake, twisting to the north-east. Almost opposite to this stands a house on the crown of a rock covered with ancient trees that has a most romantic appearance. The noble scenery increases as you ride along the banks. In some places, bold rocks, lately covered with woods, concealed the lake entirely, and when the wind blew, the beating of surges were heard just under you. In other places, abrupt openings show the lake anew, and when calm, its limpid surface, shining like a crystal mirror, reflecting the azure sky, or checkered with dappled clouds, the vaulted canopy of heaven, in the finest mixture of nature's clair obscure. On the western side, the shore is more variegated with small enclosures. Scattered cots and groves and meadows grace the banks. The road continues along the eastern banks of the lake, here bare, there sweetly fringed with a few tall trees, the small remains of its ancient woods that lately clothed the whole. Station 2. When you are opposite to the peninsula last described, take in at a gate on the left hand, and from the rocky eminence you have a general view of the lake both ways. To the south, a sweet bay is formed between the horns of two peninsulas, and beyond that, a fine sheet of water appears, terminated by the promontories which form the straits through which the lake has its outlet. From that, the coast is beautifully diversified by a number of green eminences, crowned with wood, and interspersed among them sequestered cottages, half concealed by tall yew trees, and above them a wave of rocky spiral mountains dressed in brown vegetation form most romantic scenes. Between this and a wooded eminence, a green hill, cut into enclosures to the very top, in some parts patched with rock and little groves, has a beautiful appearance, contrasted with the barren scenes on one hand and the deep shade of a waving wood on the other. At the foot of this cultivated tract, and on the margin of the lake, a few white houses, partly concealed in a grove of yews, look like enchanted seats on a fairy ground. Behind these, a barren bleak mountain frowns in sullen majesty, and down his furrowed side the black beck of Torva rolls with mighty noise. Just at your feet lies the oblong rocky isle of Peel, and near it the dark points of half-drowned rocks just show themselves by turns. Here is the finest picture of the lake, and when it is smooth, the whole is seen reflected on the shining surface of the watery mirror. On the western side, the coast is steep rocks. The eastern side is much embayed. The high end of the lake is here in view, yet it seems to wind both ways behind the opposite promontories. The range of naked rocks that cross the head of the lake appear now awful from their sable hue, and behind them the immense mass of Cove, Rydal Head, and many nameless mountains have a most stupendous appearance and inaccessible height. A succession of pretty bays opens to the traveller as he advances. The banks become more wooded, and more cultivation appears. On the western margin stands the lady of the lake, Coniston Hall, and above it the village of the same name. It has only changed masters twice since the Conquest, and has belonged to the family of Fleming most of the time. Station 3. The next grand view is in the boat, and in the centre of the lake, opposite to Coniston Hall. Looking towards the mountains, the lake spreads itself into a noble expanse of transparent water, and bursts into a bay on each side, bordered with verdant meadows, and enclosed with grounds rising in a various and exceeding bold manner. The objects are diversified in the simple and natural order, and contrasted by the fine transition of rural elegance and pastoral beauty, cultivation and pasturage, waving woods and sloping enclosures, adorned by nature and improved by art, under the bold sides of stupendous mountains, whose airy summits the turned-up eye cannot now reach, and deny all access to the human kind. Following the line of shore from Coniston Hall to the upper end of the lake, the village of Coniston is in full view, and consists of seats, groups of houses, farms and cots, scattered in a picturesque manner over the cultivated slope, some snow-white, others grey, Some stand forth on bold eminences at the head of green enclosures, backed with steep woods. Others are pitched on swift declivities, and seem hanging in the air. Some are on a level with the lake. All are neatly covered with blue slate, the produce of the mountains, and beautified with ornamental yews, hollies, and tall pines or firs. This is a charming scene when the morning sun gilds the whole with a variety of tints. In the point of beauty and centre of perspective, a white house under a hanging wood gives life to this picture, yet is somewhat injured by a cot that stands on the foreground between it and the lake, and interrupts the harmony of this sweet landscape. The range of dark rugged rocks rise abruptly and deeply contrast the transparent surface of the lake and the stripe of verdure that skirts their feet. The eastern shore is not less bold and embayed. The slate brought down from the mountains is laid up here till put on board boats that transport it to the waterfoot. It will be allowed that the views on this lake are beautiful and picturesque, yet they please more than surprise. The hills that immediately enclose the lake are ornamental, but humble. The mountains at the head of the lake are great, noble, and sublime, without anything that is horrid or terrible. They are bold and steep without the projecting precipice, the overhanging rock or pendant cliff. The hanging woods, waving enclosures, and airy sights are elegant, beautiful, and romantic, and the whole may be seen with ease and pleasure. In a fine morning there is not a more pleasant rural ride, and the beauties of the lake are seen in a true light and fine order. In the afternoon, if sunshine, much of the effect is lost by the change of light, and such as visit it from the north lose all charms arising from the swell of the mountains by turning their backs upon them. The char here are said to be the finest in England. They are fished later than on Windermere, and continue longer in the spring. At Waterhead, the road to the east leads to Ambleside 8 miles, to Hawkshead 3. Ascend a steep hill, surrounded with wood, and have a back view of the lake. To the north is a most awful scene of mountains heaped upon mountains, in every variety of horrid shape. Amongst them sweeps to the north a deep winding chasm darkened by overhanging rocks that the eye cannot pierce, nor the imagination fathom, from which turn your face to the east, and have a peep at some part of Windermere. The road soon divides. The left leads to Ambleside, the right to Hawkshead, which stands under the mountain at the upper end of a narrow valley. The church is seated on the front of an eminence that commands the valley, which is floated with the lake of Bassenthwaite Water, 2 miles in length and half a mile in breadth, intersected by a peninsula from each side, jutting far into the lake, finely elevated, the crowns cultivated, and the borders fringed with trees and low wood. The lake is encompassed with a good carriage road, and over its outlet is a narrow stone bridge. On the banks are villages and scattered houses, sweetly situated under woods, and hanging grounds, enamelled with delightful verdure and soft vegetation, heightened by the deep shade of the woods and the strong background of rocky mountains. At the head of a gentle slope and just elevation, a handsome modern house, Belmont, is charmingly situated, and commands a delightful view of the lake with all the environs. The fish here are perch, pike, and eels. No trout or char frequent this lake, though it be connected with Windermere. From Hawkshead to Ambleside 5 miles, to the horse ferry on Windermere 3 miles. On horseback this is the more eligible route, as it leads immediately to the centre of the lake, where all its beauties are seen to the greatest advantage. End of Part 3. Part 4 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Windermere. The Windermere, like Coniston Lake, is viewed to greatest advantage by facing the mountains, which rise in grandeur on the eye and swell upon the imagination as they are approached. The road to the ferry is round the head of Bassenthwaite Water, through the villages of Colthouse and Sowries. Ascend a steep hill, and from its summit have a view of the long reach of Windermere, stretching far to the south, till lost between two high promontories. The road serpentises round a rocky mountain till you come under the broken scar that in some places hangs over the way. Ancient yews and hollies grow here fantastically amongst the fallen rocks. Station 1. Near the isthmus of the ferry point, observe 2 small oak trees that enclose the road. These will guide you to this celebrated station. Behind the tree on the western side, ascend to the top of the nearest rock, and from thence, in 2 views, command all the beauties of this magnificent lake. The trees are of singular use in answering the purposes of foreground and of intersecting the lake. The rock rises perpendicular from the lake and forms a pretty bay. In front, Rampsholme, Berkshire Island, presents itself in all its length, clothed in wood. To the left, the ferry point, closing with Crowholme, a wooded island, form a fine promontory. Just behind this, the mountain retiring inward, a semicircular bay is formed, surrounded with a few acres of the most elegant verdure, sloping upward from the water's edge, graced with a cottage, in the fine point of view. Above it the mountain rises in agreeable wildness, variegated with scattered trees and silver-grey rocks. An extent of water, of 12 miles circumference, spreads itself to the north, frequently intersected with promontories, or spotted with islands. Amongst them the Holme or Great Island, an oblong tract of 30 acres, traverses the lake in an oblique line, surrounded by a number of inferior isles, finely formed and dressed in wood. The Curlew Crags, pointed dark rocks, appear above the water, and others just concealed give a sable hue to that part of the lake. Roughholme is a circular isle covered with trees. Ladyholme, an isle of an oval form, is vested with coppicewood. Henholme is a rock covered with shrubs. Grassholme is at present shaded with a grove of oaks, and 2 smaller islets borrow their name from the lilies of the valley which decorate them. These, with Crowholme and Berkshire Island, form this archipelago. To the north of this magnificent scene, a glorious sheet of water expands itself to the right and left, in curves bearing from the eye, bounded on the west by the continuation of the mountain where you stand, whose bold lofty side is embellished with distant growing trees, and shrubs and coarse vegetation intermixed with grey rocks that group finely with the deep green yews and hollies. The eastern shore is a noble contrast, adorned with all that is beautiful, grand and sublime. The immediate shore is much cultivated. The variety of hanging grounds are immense. Woods, groves, enclosures, all terminating in rocky uplands of various forms. The shore upward is spread out in beautiful variety of waving enclosures, intermixed with hanging woods and shrubby spots in circles, and in every waving line of beauty, overtopped with wild grounds and rocky ridges of broken mountains. The shore in some places swells into spacious bays, in parts fringed with trees. Their bushy heads wave over the crystal flood. The parsonage house is seen, sweetly seated under a fringe of tall firs. Following the same line of shore, above the east ferry point, and on the banks of the bay, the tops of the houses and church of Windermere are just seen. Above that, Bannerig or Orist Head rise gradually into points, cultivated to the top and cut into enclosures. These are contrasted by the rugged crags of Biscot Hoe. Troutbeck Park comes next in view, and over that Ill Bell rears his conic head, and Fairfield swells in alpine pride, rivalled by Rydal's loftier head. The eastern coast to the south of what has been described is still more pleasing, in variety of little groves, and interposed enclosures, with scattered houses sweetly secreted. To the south and from the western coast, at 3 miles distance, Rawlinson's Nab, a high-crowned promontory, shoots far into the lake, and from the opposite shore the Store, another wooded promontory, stretching far into the water, pointing at the rocky isle of Lingholm. Over Rawlinson's Nab the lake spreads out in a magnificent sheet of water, and following the winding shore far to the south, is lost behind a promontory on the eastern side. Over two woody mountains, Park and Landon Nab, the blue summits of distant mountains, waving in various forms, close the scene. Having from this station enjoyed these charming views, descend to the ferry house, and proceed to the great island, where you again see all that is charming on the lake, all that is magnificent and sublime in the environs, in new points of view. Of this sequestered spot Mr. Young speaks in rapture, and Mr. Pennant has done it much honour by his description. But alas! it is no more to be seen in that beautiful unaffected state that those gentlemen saw it in. The sweet secreted cottage and the sycamore grove are no more. The present owner has modernised a fine slope in the bosom of the island into a formal garden, an unpleasing contrast to the natural simplicity and insular beauty of the place. What reason he has for adopting such a plan I shall not enquire, much less treat him with abuse for executing it to his own fancy. The want of choice might justify his having a garden on the island, but since it is now in his power to have it elsewhere, I hope it will be his pleasure, when he revisits the place, to restore the island to its native state of pastoral simplicity and rural elegance. The island was long the property of the Philipsons, once a potent family in these parts, and Sir Christopher Philipson, with his family, resided upon it in the beginning of this century. Station 2. The views from this delicious spot are many and charming. From the south end of the island you look over a noble extent of water, bounded in front by waves of distant mountains that rise from the water's edge. The two ferry points form a picturesque strait, and beyond that the Store on one side and Rawlinson's Nab on the other, shooting far into the lake, form a grand sinuosity, and the intermediate shores are beautifully indented by promontories covered with wood, hanging to the eye and skirting the bays with elegant edgings of spreading trees. Berkshire Island and Crowholme break the line in this noble expanse of water. The eastern shore confesses much cultivation, the hills are much diversified and strangely tumbled about. Some are laid out in grass enclosures, others cut with hedges and fringed with trees. One is crowned with wood and skirted with the sweetest verdure, others wave with corn. The whole is a mixture of objects that constitutes the most pleasing of rural scenes. The upper grounds are wild and pastured with flocks. Station 3. From the north end of the island the views are more sublime, the scenes vast. The lake is here seen both ways. To the south an expanse of water spreads to the right and left behind a succession of promontories, with a variety of shore, patched with islands, encircled by an amphitheatre of distant hills, rising in a noble style. Turning to the north, the view is over a reach of the lake, 6 miles in length, and above 1 in breadth, interrupted with scattered islands of different figure and dress, reflected from the limpid surface of the water seen distinctly between them. The environs exhibit all the grandeur of alpine scenes. In the conic summits of Langdale Pikes and Hill Bell, the broken ridge of Rhinos and Kirkstone's rocky front, the overhanging cliff of Hardknot, the uniform mass of Fairfield and Rydal Head, with the far extended mountains of Troutbeck and Kentmere, form the most magnificent amphitheatre and grandest assemblage of mountains, dells, and chasms that ever the fancy of Poussin suggested, or the genius of Rosa invented. The island is the centre of this amphitheatre, and in the opposite point, directly over the extremity of the lake, is Rydal Hall, sweetly seated for the enjoyment of these scenes, and in return animates the whole. The immediate borders of the lake are adorned with villages and scattered cots. Calgarth and Rayrig grace its banks. After enjoying these internal views from the bosom of the lake, I recommend sailing down to Rawlinson's Nab. On the south side of it, a pretty bay opens for landing on. In the course of the voyage you should touch at the different islands in the way, where every object is varied by a change of features, in such a manner as renders them wholly new. The great island changes its appearance, and joined with the ferry points cuts the lake in two. The house on it becomes an important object. The ferry house, seen under the sycamore grove, has a fine effect, and the broken cliff over it constitutes a most picturesque scene. The beauty of shore and finest rural scenes in nature are seen by traversing the lake, and viewing each in turn, they contrast strongly. The western side is spread with enchanting sylvan scenes, the eastern waves with all the improved glory of rural magnificence. Station 4. Rawlinson's Nab is a peninsular rock of a circular figure, swelling to a crown in the centre, covered with low wood. There are two of them, but it is from the crown of the interior nab you have a surprising view of two fine sheets of water that bend different ways. The view to the south is bounded by a bold and various shore on both sides. The hills are wooded and rough, but spotted in parts with small enclosures, and their tops burst into rocks of various shapes. The view to the north is more beautiful, an extent of 3 miles of the lake, broke into by the bold promontory, the stores, and above that, Berkshire Island, is charmingly placed. Bannerig and Orristhead, rising from the shore in magnificent slopes, are seen from hence to great advantage. This beautiful scene is well contrasted from the opposite side by a ridge of hanging woods, spread over wild romantic grounds that shoot abruptly into bold and spirited projections. Return to Bowness and conclude by taking Mr. Young's general view of the lake, where at one glance you command all its striking beauties. No station can better answer the purpose, and it would be an injustice done to the discoverer to deviate one tittle from his description. Station 5. From Young's 6 months' tour. Thus, having viewed the most pleasing objects from these points, let me next conduct you to a spot where at one glance you command them all in fresh situations, and all assuming a new appearance. For this purpose you return to the village, and taking the by-road to the turnpike, mount the hill without turning your head. If I was your guide I would conduct you behind a small hill, that you might come at once upon the view, till you almost gain the top, when you will be struck with astonishment at the prospect spread at your feet, which, if not the most superlative view that nature can exhibit, she is more fertile in beauties than the reach of my imagination will allow me to conceive. It would be a mere vanity to attempt to describe a scene which beggars all description, but that you may have some faint idea of the outlines of this wonderful picture, I will just give the particulars of which it consists. The point on which you stand is the side of a large ridge of hills that form the eastern boundary of the lake, and the situation high enough to look down upon all the objects, a circumstance of great importance which painting cannot imitate. In landscapes you are either on a level with the objects, or look up to them. The painter cannot give the declivity at your feet, which lessens the objects as much in the perpendicular line as the horizontal one. You look down upon a noble winding valley of about 12 miles long, everywhere enclosed with grounds which rise in a very bold and various manner, in some places bulging into mountains, abrupt, wild, and uncultivated, in others breaking into rocks, craggy, pointed, and irregular, here rising into hills covered with the noblest woods, presenting a gloomy brownness of shade almost from the clouds to the reflection of the trees in the limpid water of the lake they so beautifully skirt. There, waving in glorious slopes of cultivated enclosures, adorned in the sweetest manner with every object that can give variety to art or elegance to nature, trees, woods, villages, houses, farms, scattered with picturesque confusion, and waving to the eye in the most romantic landscapes that nature can exhibit. This valley, so beautifully enclosed, is floated by the lake, which spreads forth to the right and left in one vast but irregular expanse of transparent water. A more noble object can hardly be imagined. Its immediate shore is traced in every variety of line that fancy can imagine, sometimes contracting the lake into the appearance of a noble winding river, at others retiring from it and opening into large bays, as if for navies to anchor in, promontories spread with woods or scattered with trees and enclosures, projecting into the water in the most picturesque style imaginable, rocky points breaking the shore and rearing their bold heads above the water. In a word, a variety that amazes the beholder. But what finishes the scene with an elegance too delicious to be imagined is this beautiful sheet of water being dotted with no less than 10 islands, distinctly comprehended by the eye, all of the most bewitching beauty. The large one presents a waving various line, which rises from the water in the most picturesque inequalities of surface. High land in one place, low in another, clumps of tree in this spot, scattered ones in that, adorned by a farmhouse on the water's edge, and backed with a little wood, vying in simple elegance with Baromian palaces. Some of the smaller isles rising from the lake like little hills of wood, some only scattered with trees, and others of grass of the finest verdure. A more beautiful variety is nowhere to be seen. Strain your imagination to command the idea of so noble an expanse of water, thus gloriously environed, spotted with islands more beautiful than would have issued from the happiest painter. Picture the mountains rearing their majestic heads with native sublimity, the vast rocks boldly projecting their terrible craggy points, and in the path of beauty, the variegated enclosures of the most charming verdure, hanging to the eye in every picturesque form that can grace landscape, with the most exquisite touches of la belle nature. If you raise your fancy to something infinitely beyond this assemblage of rural elegancies, you may have a faint notion of the unexampled beauties of this ravishing landscape. If the sun shines, this view of Mr. Young's can only be enjoyed early in the morning, as that on the opposite shore, behind the 2 oak trees, is an afternoon prospect from a parity of circumstance, the sun in both places illuminating the objects on the opposite sides of the lake at different times of the day. These are the finest stations on the lake for pleasing the eye, but are by much too elevated for the purpose of the artist, who will find the picturesque points on the great island well suited to his intention of morning and evening landscape. Having command of foreground, the objects well ascertained, grouped and disposed in the finest order of nature, a picture of the north end of the lake taken from this island will far exceed the fanciful production of the happiest pencil. This may be easily verified by the use of the convex reflecting glass. Rawlinson's Nab is another picturesque point, either for the eye or the pencil. You are there advanced a great way into the lake, in the midst of the finest scenes, with a charming foreground at your feet. From the low Cat's Crag, which is a little to the south of the Nab, you have a view of the south end of the lake, and as far north as the great island. The ferry points, the stores, the Nab, the lesser islands are distinctly viewed in a fine order. Mr. English's house on the island is a fine object, and the beauties of the western shore to the south of the crag are only seen from thence. To sum up the peculiar beauties of Windermere, the great variety of landscape and enchanting views that this chief of lakes exhibits, after what Mr. Young has said of it, is unnecessary. He allowed himself time to examine this, and the lakes in Cumberland, and he describes each of them with much taste and judgment, and it is evident that he gives the preference to Windermere. Yet this ought not to prejudice the minds of those who have the tour to make, against such as prefer Derwent Lake or Ullswater. The styles are all different, and the sensations excited thereby will also be different, and the idea that gives pleasure or pain in the highest degree will be the rule of comparative judgment. It will perhaps be allowed by all that the greatest variety of fine landscape is found here. These stations will furnish much amusement to those who visit them, and others will present themselves occasionally, and whoever is delighted with water expeditions and entertainments, as rowing, sailing, fishing, etc., will meet with full employment here for a few days. The fish of this lake are char, trout, perch, pike, and eel. Of the char there are two varieties, the case char and the gelt char. The latter is a fish that did not spawn the last season, and is on that account more delicious. The greatest depth of the lake is opposite to Ecclesrig Crag, 222 feet. The fall from Newby Bridge, where the current becomes visible, to Lowood, the high water mark, distant 2 miles, is 105 feet. The bottom of the lake is therefore 117 feet below high water mark. In Bowness nothing so remarkable as some remains of painted glass in the east window of the church that was bought from the Abbey of Furness. From Bowness to Ambleside 6 miles along the side of the lake. On the top of an eminence a little behind Rayrig, there is a fine view of the northern extremity of the lake. As you proceed along the banks, every step has importance. The prospect becomes more and more august, exhibiting much variety of Apennine grandeur. Langdale pikes that guard the pass into Borrowdale, on this side the Yoke and Spiral Hillbell, the overhanging crags of lofty Rainsbarrow, the broken ridge of Redscrees, Fairfield, and Scrubby Crag, on whose precipitous front the eagle builds his nest, secure from the envious shepherds of the vale, with a chaos of nameless mountains, are all in sight, and seem to move as you advance and show themselves in turns. Just at the head of Windermere, and a little short of Ambleside, turn down a by-road to the left, and see the vestige of a Roman station. It lies in the meadow on a level with the lake, and, as supposed, was called the Dictys, where a part of the cohort, Nerviorum Dictentium, was stationed. It is placed near the meetings of all the roads from Penrith, Keswick, Ravenglass, Furness, and Kendal, which it commanded, and was accessible only on one side. End of Part 4. Part 5 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ambleside. Here nothing at present is found of all that Camden mentions of this place, so swift is time in destroying the last remains of ancient magnificence. Roman coins and arms have been frequently found here, and in forming the turnpike road through Rydal, an urn was lately taken up, which contained ashes and other Roman remains, and serves to prove the tract of the ancient road to have laid that way. In mountainous countries, cascades, waterfalls, and cataracts are frequent, but are only seen in high beauty when in full torrent, and that is in wet weather or soon after it. Above Ambleside about a mile there is a cascade that, though the season should be dry, merits a visit on account of its singular beauty and distinguished features. From others you will see in the course of the tour. The stream here, though the water below, is much divided and broken by a variety of pointed dark rocks. Then collecting itself in one torrent, it is precipitated with a horrid rushing noise into a dark gulf, unfathomable to the eye, and after rising in the foam is dashed with a thundering noise headlong down a steep craggy channel till it join the Rothay below Ambleside. The parts of this cataract are noble. The deep dark hue of the rocks in the gloomy bosom of a narrow glen, just visible by day, and shown by contrast of the fretted foaming water, heightened by a mixture of green from the trees that wave over the fall, and the shrubs and bushes that hang on the rocks that divide the stream, and render this scene highly picturesque. Hutchinson is the first that mentions this surprising object, and his station is well chose, at the old oak that leans over the precipice. but there is a lower station that will better suit such as do not choose to overlook a trembling precipice. From Ambleside to Keswick, 18 miles of excellent mountain road furnishes much amusement to the traveller. If the season be rainy or immediately after rain, all the possible variety of cascade, cataract, and waterfalls are seen in this ride, some precipitating themselves from immense heights, others leaping and bounding from rock to rock in foaming torrents, hurling huge fragments to the vale that make the mountains tremble to their fall. The hollow noise swells and dies upon the ear by turns. The scenes are astonishing, the succession of them matchless. At Rydal Hall are 2 cascades worthy of notice. One is a little above the house, to which Sir Michael le Fleming has made a convenient path that brings you upon it all at once, a mighty torrent tumbling headlong from an immense height of rock, uninterrupted, into the rocky basin below, shaking the mountain under you with its fall, and the air above with the rebound. It is a surprising scene. This gentleman's example in opening a road to the fall recommends itself strongly in this country that abounds with so many noble objects that travellers of the least taste would visit with pleasure, could they do it with safety. The other cascade is a small fall of water seen through the window of the summer house in Sir Michael's orchard. The first who brought this sweet scene to light is the elegant and learned editor of Mr. Gray's Letters, and as no one describes with such propriety as Mr. Mason, the reader shall have his account of this masterpiece of nature. Here nature has performed everything in little that she usually executes in her larger scale, and on that account, like the miniature painter, seems to have finished every part of it in a studied manner. Not a little fragment of a rock thrown into the basin, not a single stem of brushwood that starts from its craggy sides, but has a picturesque meaning, and the little central current dashing down a cleft of the darkest coloured stone produces an effect of light and shadow beautiful beyond description. This little theatrical scene might be painted as large as the original on a canvas not bigger than those usually dropped in the opera house. Rydal Hall has a grand situation at the feet of stupendous mountains, opening to the south at the entrance of the vale over a noble foreground, and commands a charming view of the Windermere. The river Rothay winds through the vale amidst lofty rocks and hanging woods to join the lake. The road serpentizes upwards round a bulging rock fringed with trees, and brings you soon in sight of Rydal Water, a lake about 1 mile in length, spotted with little isles, which communicates by a narrow channel with Grasmere Lake. The river Rothay is their common outlet. Mount Grasmere Hill, and from the top have a view of as sweet a scene as travelled eye ever beheld. Mr. Gray's description of this peaceful happy vale will raise a wish in every reader to see so primeval a place. The bosom of the mountains spreading here into a broad basin discover in the midst of Grasmere Water. Its margin is hollowed into small bays with eminences, some of rock, some of soft turf that half conceal and vary the figure of the little lake they command. From the shore a low promontory pushes itself far into the water, and on it stands a white village with a parish church rising in the middle of it. Hanging enclosures, cornfields and meadows, green as an emerald with their trees and hedges and cattle, fill up the whole space from the edge of the water, and just opposite to you is a large farmhouse at the bottom of a steep smooth lawn, embosomed in old woods which climb half-way up the mountain sides and discover above a broken line of crags that crown the scene. Not a single red tile nor flaring gentleman's house or garden wall break in upon the repose of this little unsuspected paradise, but all is peace, rusticity, and happy poverty in its neatest, most becoming attire. Mr. Gray's description is taken from the road descending from Dunmail Raise, but the more advantageous station to view this romantic vale from is on the western side. proceed from Ambleside by Clappersgate along the banks of the river Brathay, and at Skelwith Bridge ascend a steep hill that leads to Grasmere, and a little behind its summit you come in sight of the valley and lake, lying in the sweetest order. The island is near the centre, unless the water be very low. The church stands at a small distance from the lake on the side of the Rothay, its principal feeder. On each hand spreads the cultivated tract up the steep sides of surrounding mountains, guarded by Steel Fell and Seat Sandby, that advancing towards each other close the view at Dunmail Raise. The broken head of Home Crag has a fine effect seen from this point. Descend the hill, leave the church on the right hand, and presently arrive at the great road to Ambleside or Keswick. Here you have Mr. Gray's view, and will see the difference. Mr. Gray has omitted the island in his description, which is a principle in this sweet scene. This Vale of Peace is about 4 miles in circumference, and guarded at the upper end by Home Crag, a broken pyramidal mountain that exhibits an immense mass of antediluvian ruins. After this, the road ascends Dunmail Raise, where lies the historical stones that perpetuate the name and fall of the last king of Cumberland, defeated there by the Saxon monarch Edmund, who put out the eyes of his 2 sons, and for confederating with Llewellyn, king of Wales, against him, he first wasted his kingdom, and then gave it to Malcolm, king of Scots, who held it in fee of Edmund, AD 944 or 945. The stones are a heap that have the appearance of a carned or barrow. The wall that divides the county crosses them at right angles, which proves their priority of time there. From Dunmail Raise the road is an easy descent of 9 miles to Keswick, except Castle Rig, that is somewhat quick. Leaving the Vale of Grasmere behind, you soon come in sight of Leith's Water, called also Withburn and Thirlmere. It begins at the foot of Helvellyn, and skirts its base for the space of 4 miles, increased by a variety of pastoral torrents that pour down the mountain sides their silver streams, which warbling join the lake. The range of mountains on the right are tremendously great. Helvellyn and Catchidecamp are the chief, and according to the Withburn shepherds, much higher than Skiddaw. This is certain, that these mountains retain snow many weeks after Skiddaw has lost his winter covering, but that may be owing to the steepness of Skiddaw's northern side, and the shivery surface that attracts more forcibly the solar rays than the verdant front of Helvellyn, and so precipitates in avalanches the winter's load at once. 1,000 huge rocks hang on Helvellyn's brow, all once in motion and ready to start anew. Many have already reached the lake and are at rest. The road sweeps through them along the naked margin of the lake. The opposite shore is beautified with variety of crown-topped rocks, some wooded, others not, rising immediately from the water, some rent and hanging forward to the water, all set off with a background of verdant mountains, rising in the noblest pastoral style, the whole reflected from the soft bosom of the lake. Its singular beauty is being almost intersected in the middle by 2 peninsulas that are joined by a bridge in a taste suitable to the genius of the place, which serves for an easy communication among the shepherds that dwell on the opposite banks. At the 6th milepost from the top of an eminence on the left there is a good general view of the lake and vale, but the most picturesque point is from an eminence behind Dalehead House. The lake terminates sweetly with a pyramidal rock wooded to the top, and opposite to it a silver grey rock hanging over its base towards the lake has a fine effect. The road after this leads through the narrow green vale of Agbethwaite, divided into small enclosures peopled with a few cots, and nobly terminated by the romantic castle-like rock of St. John. Below, the vale contracts into a deep craggy dell, through which Leith's Water rolls itself till it joins the Greta at Newbridge, under the foot of Threlkeld Fell, a gloomy mountain of dark dun rocks that shuts up the view of the sweet spreading vale of St. John. The road winds to the left along Thwaite Bridge, and ascends Naddle Fell by Causey Foot to Castle Rig. At the turn of the hill, and within 2 miles of Keswick, you come at once in sight of the glorious vale, with all its noble environs, and wonderfully enchanting scenes, which, when Mr. Gray beheld, had almost determined him to return to Keswick and repeat his tour. "I left Keswick," says he, "and took the Ambleside road in a gloomy morning, and about 2 miles from the town mounted an eminence called Castlerig, and the sun breaking out, discovered the most enchanting view I have yet seen of the whole valley behind me, the 2 lakes, the river, the mountains, all in their glory, so that I had almost a mind to have gone back again. This is certainly a most ravishing morning view of the bird's eye kind. A circuit of 20 miles, 2 lakes, Derwent and Bassenthwaite, the river serpentising between, the town of Keswick and church of Crosthwaite in the centre points, an extensive fertile plain, all the surrounding mountains that enclose this delicious spot, seen in all their greatness, astonish, surprise, and delight. The Druid temple mentioned by Hutchinson, and delineated in Pennant's tour, lies about half a mile to the right, but will be more conveniently seen from the Penrith road. Descend to Keswick. End of Part 5. Part 6 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Keswick. This small neat town is at present renowned for nothing so much as the lake it stands near, and is sometimes called by its name the Lake of Keswick, but more properly the Lake of Derwent. And I am inclined to think, and hope to make it appear, that the ancient name of Keswick is the Derwent town, or the town of Derwent Water. But first of the lake itself. The whole extent of the lake is about 3 miles from north to south. The form is irregular. Its greatest breadth exceeds not 1.5 miles. The course of viewing this fairy enchanting lake is in the boat and from the banks. Mr. Gray viewed it from the banks only, and Mr. Mason, after trying both, prefers Mr. Gray's choice. And where the pleasure of rowing and sailing are out of the question, it will in general be found the best, on account of the near ground which the boat does not furnish. Yet every dimension of the lake appears more extended from its bosom than from its banks or other elevated station. I shall therefore point out the favourite stations round the lake that have often been verified. Station 1, Cockshoot Hill, is remarkable for a general view. It is covered with a motley mixture of young wood, has an easy ascent to the top, and from it the lake appears in great beauty. On the floor of a spacious amphitheatre of the most picturesque mountains imaginable, an elegant sheet of water is spread out before you, shining like a mirror, and transparent as crystal, variegated with islands that rise in the most pleasing forms above the watery plain, dressed in wood or clothed with softest verdure, the water shining round them. The effects all around are amazingly great, but no words can describe the surprising pleasure of this scene in a fine day, when the sun plays upon the bosom of the lake, and the surrounding mountains are illuminated by his refulgent rays, and their rocky broken summits reflected, inverted by the crystal surface of the water. Station 2. The next celebrated station is at a small distance, Crow Park, till of late a grove of oaks of immemorial growth, whose fall the bard of Ullswater bemoans in humble plaintive numbers thus: That ancient wood, where beasts did safely rest, and where the crow long time had built her nest, now falls, a destined prey to savage hands, being doomed, alas, to visit distant lands. Ah, what avails thy boasted strength at last, that braved the rage of many furious blast, when now thy body's spent with many a wound, loud groans its last, and thunders on the ground, whilst hills and dales and woods and rocks resound. Reader's Note: A Poetical Prospect of Keswick, by Thomas Cooper, Curate of Ullswater, 1752. End of Reader's Note. This now shadeless pasture is a gentle eminence not too high, on the very margin of the lake, which it commands in all its extent, and looks full into the craggy pass of Borrowdale. Of this station Mr. Gray speaks. October 4th. I walk to Crow Park, now a rough pasture, once a glade of ancient oaks whose large roots still remain in the ground, but nothing has sprung from them. If one single tree had remained, this world would have been an unparalleled spot, and Smith judged right when he took his print of the lake from hence, for it is a gentle eminence, not too high, on the very margin of the water, and commands it from end to end, looking full into the gorge of Borrowdale. I prefer it even to Cockshoot Hill, which lies beside it, and to which I walked in the afternoon. It is covered with young trees, both sown and planted, oak, spruce, Scotch fir, etc., all which thrive wonderfully. There is an easy ascent to the top, and the view far preferable to that on Castle Hill, because this is lower and nearer the lake, for I find all points that are much elevated spoil the beauty of the valley, and make its parts, which are not large, look poor and diminutive. Station 3. A third station on this side will be found by keeping along the line of shore till Stable Hills be on the right, and Wallow Crag directly over you on the left. Then without the gate, on the edge of the common, observe two huge fragments of ferruginous coloured rock, pitched into the side of the mountain in their descent. Here all that is great and pleasing on the lake, all that is grand and sublime in the environs, lie in a beautiful order and natural disposition. Looking down upon the lake, the four large islands appear distinctly over the peninsula of Stable Hills. The Lord's Island richly dressed in wood, a little to the left. Vicar's Isle rises in a beautiful form, and a circular isle, Rampsholme, is catched in the line betwixt that and St. Herbert's Island, which traverses the lake in an oblique direction, and has a fine effect. These are the four most considerable islands on the lake. Under Faux Park, a round hill completely clothed in wood, two small isles interrupt the line of the shore, and charm the eye in the passage from the Vicar's Isles to Rampsholme. Another islet above St. Herbert's Island has a similar effect. All idea of river or outlet is here excluded, but over a neck of undulated land, finely scattered with trees, distant water is just seen behind the Lord's Island. The white church of Crosthwaite is seen under Skiddaw, towering to the sky, the strongest possible background. The opposite shore is bounded by a range of hills, down to the entrance of Newland Vale, where Causley Pike and Thornthwaite rise in alpine pride, outdone only by their supreme lord, Skiddaw. Their skirts descend in gentle slopes and end in cultivated grounds. The whole of the western coast is beautiful beyond what words can express, and the north end exhibits what is most gentle and pleasing in landscape. The southern extremity of the lake is a violent contrast to all this. Falcon Crag, an immense rock, hangs over your head, and upwards a forest of broken pointed rocks in a semicircular sweep, towering inward, form the most horrid amphitheatre that ever eye beheld, in all the wild forms of convulsed nature. The immediate border of the lake is a sweet variegated shore of meadow and pasture up to the foot of the rocks. Over a border of hedgerow trees, Lowdoor House is seen, under Hallowstone Crag, a sloping rock whose back is covered with soft vegetation. Beyond that, the awful craggy rocks that conceal the pass into Borrowdale, and at their feet a stripe of verdant meadows, through which the Derwent serpentizes to the lake in silence. The road is along Barrowside on the margin of the lake, open and narrow, yet safe. It soon enters a glade, through which the lake is sweetly seen by turns. In approaching the ruins of Gowdar Crag, which hangs towering forward, the mind recoils at the sight of huge fragments of crags piled up on both sides, through a thicket of rocks and wood. But there is nothing of the danger remaining that Mr. Gray apprehended here, the road being carefully kept open. Proceed by the bridge of one arch over Park Gill, and another over Barrowbeck. Here Gowdar Crag presents itself in all its terrible majesty of rock, trimmed with trees that hang from its numerous fissures. Above this, a towering grey rock rises majestically rude, and near it Shuttenour, a spiral rock, not less in height, and hanging more forward over its base. Betwixt these an awful chasm is formed, through which the waters of Wattenlath are hurled. This is the Niagara of the lake, the renowned cataract of Lodore. To see this, ascend to an opening in the grove directly above the mill. It is the misfortune of this celebrated waterfall to fail entirely in a dry season. The wonderful scenes continue to the gorge of Borrowdale and higher. Castle Crag, in the centre of this amphitheatre, threatens to block up the pass it once defended. The village of Grange is under it, celebrated as well for its hospitality to Mr. Gray as for its sweet romantic site, and to affirm that all Mr. Gray says of the young farmer at Grange is strictly applicable to the inhabitants of these mountainous regions in general, is but common justice done to the memory of repeated favours. On the summit of Castle Crag are the remains of a fort, and much freestone, both red and white, has been quarried out of the ruins. Vessels, large and small, are cut in the rock. A lead pan with an iron bow was lately taken up. Last year 2 masses of smelted iron were found in the ruins, and probably were from the bloomery at the foot of the stake in Borrowdale. It is probably a Roman original, to guard the pass and secure the treasure that they were acquainted with, contained in the bottom of these mountains. The Saxons, and after them the Furness monks, maintained this fort for the same purpose. All Borrowdale was given to the monks of Furness, probably by one of the Derwent family, and Adam de Derwentwater gave them free ingress and egress through all his lands. The Grange was the place where they laid up their grain and tithe, and also the salt they made at the salt spring, where are still some vestiges of the works remaining below Grange. Station 4. From the top of Castle Rock or Crag in Borrowdale, there is a most astonishing view of the lake and vale of Keswick, spread out to the north in the most picturesque manner. From the pass of Borrowdale, every bend of the river till it joins the lake is distinctly seen. The lake itself spotted with islands, the most extraordinary line of shore, varied with all the surprising accompaniments of rocks and woods, the village of Grange at the foot of the rock, and the white houses of Keswick, with Crosswaite Church at the lower end of the lake. Behind these, much cultivation, with a beautiful mixture of villages, houses, cots, and farms, round the skirts of Skiddaw, which rises in the grandest manner from a verdant base, and closes this scene in the noblest style of nature's true sublime. The area of the castellum from east to west is about 70 yards, from south to north about 40 yards. From the summit of this rock the views are so singularly great and pleasing that they ought never to be omitted. The ascent is by one of the narrow paths cut in the side of the mountain for the descent of the slate that is quarried on its top. These quarries will in a short time sink it many feet below its present height, and destroy the last vestige of its ancient importance. The view to the north is already described. All the vale of Keswick, the lake, its environs, all displayed in the finest order, completely enclosed with mountains, that swell with distance, and constitute an excellent picture, pleasing and sublime. To the south, the view is in Borrowdale. The river is seen winding from the lake upward, through the rugged pass to where it divides and embraces a triangular vale, completely cut into enclosures of meadow, enamelled with softest verdure, and fields waving with fruitful crops, the ample return to the laudable toil of the peaceful inhabitants. This truly secreted spot is completely surrounded by the most horrid romantic mountains in this region of wonders, and whoever amidst this coup d'oeil hath seen nothing equal to it amongst the marvellous scenes. The views here taken in the glass, in sunshine, are amazingly fine. This picture is reversed from the summit of Latrig. Mr. Gray was so much intimidated with the accounts of Borrowdale that he proceeded no further than Grange. But no such difficulties are now to be met with. The road into Borrowdale is improved since his time, at least as far as is necessary for any one to proceed to see what is curious. The road serpentises through the pass above Grange, and though upon the edge of a precipice that hangs over the river, it is safe by day. This river brings no mixture of mud from the mountains of naked rock, and runs in a channel of slate and granite, clear as crystal. The water of all the lakes in these parts is clear, but the Derwent only is pellucid. The smallest pebble is seen at any depth, as in the open air. The rocky scenes in Borrowdale are most fantastic. The entrance rugged. One rock elbows out and turns the road directly against another. Bodarstone on the right is the very pass, a mountain of itself. The road winds round its base. Here rock riots over rock, and mountain intersecting mountain form one grand semicircular sweep of broken pointed crags and rocky mountains, nodding to each other in gloomy majesty. Woods rest on their steep sides, trees grow from rocks, and rocks appear like trees. Here the Derwent, rapid as the Rhone, rolls his crystal streams through all this labyrinth of embattled rocks. The scenes here are so sublimely terrible, the assembled magnificent objects so stupendously great, and the arrangements so extraordinary, as must excite the most sensible feelings of wonder, astonishment, and surprise, and at once impress the mind with reverential awe and admiration. The most gigantic mountains that form the outline of this tremendous landscape, and enclose Borrowdale, are Eagle Crag, Glaramara, Bull Crag, and Sergeant Crag. On the front of the first, the bird of Jove has his annual nest, which the dalesmen are careful to rob, not without hazard to the assailant, who is let down from the summit of this dreadful rock by a rope of 20 fathoms or more, and is obliged to defend himself from the attacks of the parent birds in the descent. The devastation made on the fold in the breeding season by one eyrie is computed at a lamb a day, besides the carnage made on the ferry Natura. Glaramara is a mountain of perpendicular naked rock, immense in height, and much broken. It appears in the western canton and outline of the picture. Bull Crag and Sergeant Crag are in the centre, their rugged sides concealed with hanging woods. The road continues good to Rosthwaite, the first village in this romantic region. Here the roads divide. That on the right leads to the Wad Mines and to Ravenglass, that on the left to Hawkshead. Amidst these tremendous scenes of rocks and mountains, there is a peculiar circumstance of consolation to the traveller that distinguishes this from other mountainous tracts, where the hills are divided by bogs and mosses, through which it is often difficult to pick the way, which is, that the mosses here, where any be, are on the tops of the mountains, and the passage over or round them is never very difficult. The inhabitants of the dales are served with fuel from the summits of the mountains, and the manner of procuring it is very singular. A man carries on his back a sledge to the top of the mountain, and conducts it down the most awful descents, placing himself before it to prevent its running amain. A narrow furrow is cut in the mountain's side, which serves for a road to conduct the sledge and pitch the conductor's heel in. A sledge holds one half of what a horse can draw. The mountains here are separated by wooded glens, verdant dells and fertile vales, which form a pleasing contrast and relieve the imagination with delightful ideas that the inhabitants of these rude regions are far removed from the want of necessaries of life for themselves, their herds and flocks during the exclusion months from the rest of the community by winter snows. About Wastwater, in the centre of the dale, fields wave with crops and meadows are enamelled with flowery grass. The little delightful Eden is marked with every degree of industry by the laborious inhabitants, who partake nothing of the ferocity of the country they live in, for they are hospitable, civil, and communicative, and readily and cheerfully give assistance to strangers who visit their realms. On missing the tract I was directed to observe, I have been surprised by the Dale-lander from the top of a rock, waving me back and offering me a safe conduct through all the difficult parts, who blushed at the offer of a reward. Such is the power of virtue on the minds of those that are least acquainted with society. The shepherds only are conversant in the traditional annals of the mountains, and with all the secrets of the mysterious reign of chaos and old night, and they only can give proper information, for others who live within the shadow of these mountains are ignorant of their names. Return to Keswick by Grange, and if the sun shines in the evening, the display of rock on the opposite shore, from Castle Rock to Wallow Crag, in such high colouring, is amazingly grand. The parts are the same as in the morning ride, the dispositions entirely new, the crystal surface of the lake reflecting waving woods and rocks backed by the finest arrangement of lofty mountains, intersecting and rising above each other in great variety of forms, are scenes not to be equalled elsewhere. The whole ride down the western side is pleasant. The road is but indifferent. Whoever chooses an Alpine ride of a very extraordinary nature may return through Borrowdale to Ambleside or Hawkshead. A guide will be necessary from Wastwater over the Stake, a mountain so called, to Langdale Chapel. The ride is the wildest that can be imagined, for the space of 8 miles. Above the cultivated tract the dale narrows, but the skirts of the mountains are covered with sweetest verdure, and have once waved with aged wood. Many large roots still remain, with some scattered trees. Just where the road begins to ascend the steep mountain, called the Stake of Borrowdale, are said to be the remains of a bloomery, close by the waterfall on the left, but no tradition relates at what time it was last worked. This I could never verify from any visible remains. The mineral was found in the mountains, and the wood used in smelting had covered their steep sides. The masses of iron found on Castle Crag were probably smelted here. Cataracts and waterfalls abound on all sides. A succession of waterfalls will meet you in the ascent up the Stake, and others will accompany you down the most dreadful descent into Langdale. The scenes on the Borrowdale side are in part sylvan and pastoral, on the side of Langdale entirely rocky. The Stake is a miniature of a very bad Alpine road across a mountain just not perpendicular and about 5 miles over. The road makes many traverses so close that at every flexure it seems almost to return into itself, and such as are advancing in different traverses seem to go different ways or to meet each other. In descending the Stake on the Langdale side, a cataract accompanies you on the left, with all the horrors of a precipice. Langdale Pike, called Pike-a-Stickle and Steel Pike, is an inaccessible pyramidal rock that commands the whole. Here nature seems to have discharged all the useless load of matter and rock, when form was impressed on chaos. Pavey Ark is a hanging rock, 600 feet in height, and under it Stickle Tarn, a large basin of water formed in the bosom of the rock that pours down in a cataract at Milbeck. Below this, Whitegill Crag opens to the centre, a dreadful yawning fissure. Below Langdale Chapel the vale becomes more pleasing, the road good to Ambleside or Hawkshead by Skelwith Bridge. Mr. Gray was much pleased with an evening view under Crow Park. In the evening I walked alone down to the lake by the side of Crow Park after sunset, and saw the solemn colouring of the night draw on, the last gleam of sunshine fading away on the hilltops, the deep serene of the waters, and the long shadows of the mountains thrown across them till they nearly touched the hithermost shore. At a distance were heard the murmurs of many waterfalls, not audible in the daytime. I wished for the moon, but she was dark to me and silent, hid in her vacant interlunar cave. Station 5. This view is seen to much greater advantage from the side of Swinside a little before sunset, where both the lakes are in full view, with the whole extent of rocky shore on the upper lake, and Fletcher's of the lower lake, with the whole extent of the vale, when the last beams of the sun rest on the purple summit of Skiddaw, and the deep shade of Withop's wooded brows is stretched over the lake. The effect is amazingly great. Station 6. From Swinside continue the walk by Faux Park. This is a sweet evening walk, and had the sun shone out, Mr. Gray would have perceived his mistake in being here in the morning. October 5th, I walked through the meadows and cornfields to the Derwent, and crossing it went up How Hill. It looks along Bassenthwaite Water, and sees at the same time the course of the river, and part of the upper lake, with a full view of Skiddaw. Then I took my way through Portingscale village to the park, Faux Park, a hill so called, covered entirely with wood. It is all a mass of crumbling slate, passed round its foot between the trees and the edge of the water, and came to a peninsula that juts out into the lake and looks along it both ways. In front rises Wallow Crag and Castle Hill, the town, the road to Penrith, Skiddaw and Saddleback. After dinner, walked up Penrith Road, etc. Station 7. Another select station for a morning view is on Latrig, a soft green hill that interposes between the town and Skiddaw. The ascent is by Monk's Hall, leaving Ormathwaite on the left and following the mountain road about due east till you approach the gate in the stone wall enclosure. Then slant the hill to the right, looking towards Keswick, till you gain the brow of the hill, which exhibits a fine terrace of verdant turf, smooth as velvet. Below you rolls the Greeter, and in its course visits the town before it joins the Derwent, where it issues from the lake, and then their united streams are seen meandering through the vale, till they are met by the floods of Bassenthwaite under the verdant skirts of Withop Brows. The prospect to the south is the reverse of that from Castle Crag. The view is full into the rocky jaws of Borrowdale, through which the Derwent is seen pouring his crystal stream, that winding through some verdant meadows which skirts the rocky coast, joins the lake at Lodore. The lake itself is seen in its full extent, embracing on all sides variety of shore, its bosom spotted with diversity of islands. The Castle Crag in Borrowdale stands first of all the forest of embattled rocks, whose forked heads reared to the sky shine in the sun like spears of burnished steel, and in the rear Langdale Pike, advancing to the clouds his cone-like head, overlooks them all. What charms the eye in wandering over the vale is that not one straight line offends. The roads all serpentise round the mountains, and the hedges wave with the enclosures. All are thrown into some path of beauty or line of nature. To describe every picturesque view that this region of landscape presents would be endless labour, and did language furnish expression to convey ideas of the innumerable changes in the many grand constituent objects in these magnificent scenes, the imagination would be fatigued with the detail, and description weakened by redundancy. It is more pleasing to speculative curiosity to play upon what it wishes not to be informed of, the difference among such scenes as approach the nearest in likeness, and the agreement between such as appear most discordant. This is the sport of fancy, or the result of taste and judgment, from self-information, and has the greatest effect on the mind. The province of the guide is to point out the station, and leave to the company the enjoyment of reflection and pleasures of the imagination. Return to the gate and enter the enclosure. Turn as soon as you can to the right, having the wall at some distance, till you arrive at the brink of a green precipice. There you will be entertained with the noise of the Greta roaring through a craggy channel with rapid course, that in a run of 2 miles exhibits an uncommon appearance, forming 12 or more of the finest bends and serpentine curves that ever fancy pencilled. The point for viewing this uncommon scene is directly over the Alpine Bridge, which hangs gracefully over the river. The town of Keswick appears nowhere to greater advantage than from this station. Helvellyn in front overlooks a vast range of varied hills, whose rocky sides are rent with many fissures, the paths of so many roaring rills and cataracts that echo through the vales and swell the general torrent. To the east Cross Fell is discerned, like a cloud of blue mist, hanging over the horizon. In the middle space Mel Fell, a green pyramidal hill, is a singular figure. The eye wandering over Castle Rig will discover the Druid temple on the southern side of the Penrith road. Return to the path that leads down the ridge of the hill to the east, arrive at a gate that opens on a crossroad, descend to the right, along the precipitous bank of a brawling brook, Glenderraterra Beck, that is heard tumbling from the mountain, concealed by woods that hang on the steep banks. In the course of the descent, remark the Threskeeld Pike, browned with storms and rent by a dreadful wedge-like rock that tends to the centre. There are many pastoral cots and rural seats scattered round the cultivated skirts of the mountains of Skiddaw and Saddleback, on this side sweetly placed and picturesque. The northern side is less hospitable, being more precipitous and much concealed in shade. From the bridge the road leads to Threskeeld, and falls into the Penrith road 4 miles from Keswick. The last brook, Glenderraterra, divides Skiddaw from Saddleback, called here Threskeeld Fell. From the front of Mr. Wren's house the eye will be delighted with the Vale of St. John, sweetly spread out in rural beauty between 2 ridges of hills, Lothwaite and Naddle Fells, which in appearance lock just behind the Castle Rocks. These have the show of magnificent ruins in the centre point of view. A river is seen on both sides the vale, lengthening its course in meanders till it meets Threskeeld Water, or Glenderramachin Beck, at Newbridge, where it takes the name of Greta. This picture is improved at the brow of the hill on the western side of the house. Here the Greta is seen from the bridge, running under the hill where you stand, and on the right comes forth in a fine stream in a deep channel between steep wooded banks. In a field on the left, near the 2nd milepost, stands conspicuous the wide circus of rude stones, the awful remains of the barbarous superstition of ancient times. Mr. Pennant has an excellent drawing of these druidical remains. Station 8. Another station remains, and which ought to be an evening one, in the vicarage garden. Mr. Gray took it in his glass from the horsing stone, and speaks of it thus: "From hence I got to the parsonage a little before sunset, and saw in my glass a picture that if I could transmit to you and fix it in all the softness of its living colours, would fairly sell for £1,000. This is the sweetest scene I can yet discover in point of pastoral beauty, the rest are in a sublimer style. The leading parts of this picture are, over a rich cultivated foreground, the town of Keswick seen under a hill, divided by grass enclosures, its summit crowned with wood. More to the east, Castle Rig sweetly laid out, and over it sweeps in curves the road to Ambleside. Behind that, the range of vast mountains descending from Helvellyn. On the western side, the chaos of mountains heaped on mountains, that secretes the vale of Newland. Over these, Causey Pike presides. Leaving these, the eye meets a well-wooded hill on the margin of the lake, shining in all the beauties of foliage, set off with all the advantage of form. A noble expanse of water, broke just in the centre by a large island dressed in wood, another cultivated and fringed with trees, and a third with a hut upon it, stripped of its late ornamental trees by the unfeeling hand of avarice. On the eastern side, a bold shore, steep and wooded to the water's edge. Above these rise daring rocks in every horrid shape. A strange mixture of wood and rock succeeds to the southern extremity of the lake, where the grand pyramidal Castle Crag commands the whole. The western shore is indented with wooded promontories down to Foe Park, the hill first described on the lower margin of the lake. The mountains all round rise immediately from the lake, but those that form the outline to the south are much broken and picturesque. These are the parts of the scene Mr. Gray says is the sweetest he ever saw in point of pastoral beauty. But whoever takes this view from Ormathwaite, in a field on the western side of the house, will be convinced of Mr. Gray's loss in want of information. The very spot he stood upon is in the centre of the foreground, and is a principal object in the pastoral part of the picture he praises so highly. Sailing round the lake opens a new field of landscape. Mr. Gray neglected it, and Mr. Mason thinks he judged well. Messrs. Young, Hutchinson, and Pennant tried it and admired it. Dr. Brown prefers sailing and landing on every promontory and anchoring in every bay. The transparent beauty of the lake is only seen in the boats, and it is very surprising. The bottom resembles a mosaic pavement of parti-coloured stone. The fragments of spar at the depth of 7 yards shine like diamonds, or glitter in diversity of colour, and such is the purity of the lake that no mud or ooze defiles its bottom. Mr. Pennant navigated the lake, and his description is more compressed than any other, and gives a distinct idea of appearances from it. The views on every side are very different. Here all the possible variety of alpine scenery is exhibited, with all the horror of precipice, broken crag, overhanging rock, or insulated pyramidal hills, contrasted with others whose smooth and verdant sides, swelling into immense aerial heights, at once please and surprise the eye. The two extremities of the lake afford most discordant prospects. The southern is a composition of all that is horrible. An immense chasm opens, whose entrance is divided by a rude conic hill, once topped with a castle, the habitation of the tyrant of the rocks. Beyond, a series of broken mountainous crags, now patched with snow, soar one above the other, foreshadowing the dark winding deep of Borrowdale. In the recesses are lodged variety of minerals, etc. But the opposite or northern view is in all respects a strong and beautiful contrast. Skiddaw shows its vast base, and bounding all that part of the vale, rises gently to a height that sinks the neighbouring hills, opens a pleasing front, smooth and verdant, smiling over the country like a gentle, generous lord, while the fells of Borrowdale frown on it like a hardened tyrant. Each boundary of the lake seems to take part with the extremities, and emulates their appearance. The southern varies in rocks of different forms, from the tremendous precipice of Lady's Leap, the broken front of Falcon's Nest, to the more distant concave curvature of Lodore, an extent of precipitous rock, with trees vegetating from their numerous fissures, and the foam of a cataract precipitating amidst. The entrance into Borrowdale divides the scene, and the northern side alters into milder forms. A salt spring, once the property of the monks of Furness, trickles along the shore. Hills, the resort of shepherds, with downy fronts and lofty summits, succeed with wood clothing their bases to the water's edge. Not far from hence the environs appear to the navigator of the lake to the greatest advantage, for on every side mountains close the prospect and form an amphitheatre almost matchless. The isles that decorate this water are finely disposed and very distinct, rise with gentle and regular curvatures above the surface, consist of verdant turf, or are planted with various trees. The principal is the Lord's Island, above 5 acres, where the Ratcliffe family had sometime its residence, and from this lake took the title of Derwentwater. St. Herbert's Isle was noted for the residence of that saint, the bosom friend of St. Cuthbert, who wished and obtained his desire of departing this life on the same day, hour, and minute with that holy man. The water of Derwentwater is subject to violent agitations, and often without any apparent cause, as was the case this day. The weather was calm, yet the waves ran a great height, and the boat was tossed violently with what is called a bottom wind. Dr. Brown recommends as the complement of the tour of this lake a walk by still moonlight, at which time the distant waterfalls are heard in all their variety of sound. Among these enchanting dales opens a scene of such delicate beauty, repose, and solemnity as exceeds all description. An expedition of this kind depends upon the choice of time in making the tour. It is better a little before than after the full moon. If the evening be still, the voice of waterfalls are re-echoed from every rock and cavern in all their beauty of sound. The setting sun tips the mountain tops with golden rays, and the rising moon gilds all with her silver beams. The surface of the lake, that in the day appears blue as glass or clear as crystal, reflecting the azure sky, the deep green woods, or silver-coloured rocks, is now a sable mirror, studded with the reflected gems of the starry heavens. A plain on which are pencilled by the silver moon the faint outlines and shadows of the hills behind which she labours. All is in faint light, grave shade, or solemn darkness, that increases the vastness of objects, and spreads with solemn horror the whole scene, that strikes the mind of the beholder with a reverential awe and pleasing melancholy, an effect that nature can only produce, and art but humbly imitate. The characteristic of this lake is, that it retains its form viewed from any point, and never assumes the appearance of a river. This is owing to the proportion of its dimensions. The fish here are trout, perch, pike, and eel. End of Part 6. Part 7 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bassenthwaite Water. Having seen the glory of Keswick, the beauties of the lake, and wonders of the environs, there remains a pleasant ride to Ullsbridge, and visit the lake of Bassenthwaite Water. Messrs. Gray and Pennant took the ride, but did not see the beauties of the lake, either for want of time or proper information. Mr. Pennant says, "Pass along the vale of Keswick and keep above Bassenthwaite Water, at a small cultivated distance from it. This lake is a fine expanse of 4 miles in length, bounded on one side by high hills, wooded in many places to their bottoms, on the other side by fields and the skirts of Skiddaw. From Mr. Spedding's of Armathwaite, at the low extremity of the lake, you have a fine view of the whole." Mr. Gray allowed himself more time for particulars. October 6th went in a chaise 8 miles, along the east side of Bassenthwaite Water to Ullsbridge, pronounced Ullsbridge. It runs directly along the foot of Skiddaw. Opposite to Widhope Brows, clothed to the top with wood, a very beautiful view opens down to the lake, which is narrower and longer than that of Keswick, less broken into bays, and without islands. At the foot of it, a few paces from the brink, gently sloping upwards, stands Armathwaite, in a thick grove of Scotch firs, commanding a noble view directly up the lake. At a small distance behind this, a ridge of cultivated hills, on which, according to the Keswick proverb, the sun always shines. The inhabitants here, on the contrary, call the Vale of Derwentwater the Devil's Chamber Pot, and pronounce the name of Skiddaw Fell, which terminates here, with a sort of terror and aversion. Armathwaite House is a modern fabric, not large and built of dark red stone. The singular beauties of this lake remain yet unnoticed, viz. The grand sinuosity of 3 noble bays. Station 1. From Armathwaite the lower bay is in full display, a fine expanse of water, spreading itself both ways behind a circular peninsula, Castle How, that swells in the middle and is crowned with wood. In former times it has been surrounded by water from the lake on one side and the assistance of a brook that descends from Embleton on the other. The accessible parts have been defended by trenches, one above another. The upper part has been occupied with building, the vestiges of ruins are visible, and, like other such places in this region, were probably occupied by the first inhabitants as places of difficult access and of easy defence. From the bottom of the bay some waving enclosures rise to the side of a green hill, and some scattered houses are seen at the upper end of a fine slope of enclosures. The banks of the lake are fringed with trees, and under them the crystal water is caught in a pleasing manner. At the north-west corner the Derwent issues from the lake, and is spanned by a handsome stone bridge of 3 arches. The whole western boundary is the noble range of wooded hills, the Withup Brows. On the eastern shore the lake retires behind a peninsula that rushes far into the water, and on its extreme point a solitary oak, waving to every wind, is most picturesque. This is Scareness. The coast upward is a fine cultivated tract to the skirts of Skiddaw, which raises here in awful majesty his purple front. Far to the south, Wallow Crag, with all the range of rock and broken craggy mountains in Borrowdale in fine perspective, and on their outline the spiral point of Langdale Pike appears blue as glass. The deep green woods of Faux Park and golden front of Swinside form a pleasing termination. Station 2. Return to the road by Scareness, and descend from the house to the oak tree on the extremity of the promontory. The lake is here narrowest, but immediately spreading itself both ways, forms 2 semicircular bays. That on the right is a mile across, the bay on the left is smaller, the shore on both sides finely variegated with low wood and scattered bushes, especially the peninsula itself. The upper bay is perfectly circular and finely wooded. In front, Withup Brows rise swift from the water's edge. The extremity of some enclosures are picturesque, seen just over the wood, with part of a cottage. The village of Withup lies behind it in an aerial sight. A grass enclosure scooped in the bosom of the hanging wood, and under it a cot, on the very brink of the lake, stands sweetly. The views downward are fine, the banks high and woody to the bridge, of which 2 arches are in sight. Behind it a white house is charmingly placed. More to the right, at the head of a gentle slope in the very centre of view, stands Armathwaite, winged with groves, and behind at a small distance are deep hanging woods, and over them, spreading far to the right and left, a great reach of cultivated grounds. This termination is rich and pleasing to the eye. The view to the south is, as on the upper lake, much softened by distance. In the afternoon, and sun shining, the appearance of the silver-grey rocks glistening through the green woods that hang on their fissures is most elegant. Behind, an appendix of Skiddaw rises in rude form, and over it the chief of mountains frowns in alpine majesty. This view is well seen from the house of Scareness. Station 3. The next remarkable promontory is Bradness, a round green hill that, spreading itself into the lake, forms a bay with Bowness to the south. The best general view of the lake is from the crown of this hill, behind the farmhouse. Here you look over 3 bays finely formed. Nothing can be imagined more elegant than the sinuosity of this side, contrasted with the steep shore and lofty woods of the opposite. The view upwards is not less charming, indented and wooded to the water's edge. If these views are taken, beginning with Bradness, then from Scareness take the road to Bassenthwaite Halls, a few houses so called, and from the road on the north side of the village, called Rakes, you have a very fine view of a rich cultivated tract stretching along the banks of the lake, and spreading itself upwards to the skirts of Skiddaw. The elevation is such that every object is seen in full dimensions, and every beauty distinctly marked. The lake appears in its full magnitude, shaded by the bold wooded shore on the west, and graced by the sweet spreading vale on the east that terminates in a bold style under the surrounding mountains. The sloping ground to the bridge is charming, and the far extended vales of Embleton and Issel lie in fine perspective. The river Derwent has his winding course through the latter. Antiquities. Caer Mott is about 2 miles further to the north, on the great road to Old Carlisle and Wigton. It is a green, high-crowned hill, and on its skirt, just by the roadside, are the manifest vestiges of a square encampment, enclosed with a double fosse, extending from east to west 120 paces, and from south to north 100 paces. It is subdivided into several cantonments, and the road from Keswick to Old Carlisle has crossed it at right angles. Part of the Agger is visible where it issues from the north side of the camp, till where it falls in with the line of the present road. It is distant about 10 miles from Keswick, and as much from Old Carlisle, and about 2 miles west of Ireby. Camden proposes Ireby for the Arbia of the Romans, where the Bercarii Tigrinenses were garrisoned, but advances nothing in favour of his opinion. The situation is such as the Romans never made choice of for a camp or garrison, and there remains no vestiges of either, by its being in a deep glen among surrounding hills. Where there is no pass to guard or country to protect, a body of men could be of no use. On the northern extremity of the said hill of Caer Mott are the remains of a beacon, and near it the vestiges of a square encampment, enclosed with a fosse and rampart of 60 feet by 70. This camp is in full view of Blatonbulgii, Bowness, and Olenacum, Old Carlisle, and commanding the whole extent of the Solway Frith, would receive the first notice from any frontier station where the Caledonians made the attempt to cross the Frith, or had actually broke in upon the province. The notice would be communicated by the beacon on Caer Mott to the garrison at Keswick by the watch on Castle Crag in Borrowdale. The garrison at Keswick would have the care of the beacon on top of Skiddaw, the mountain being of the easiest access on that side. By this means the alarm would soon become general, and the invaders were either terrified into flight, or the whole country was in arms to oppose them. Whether these camps are the Arbia, I pretend not to say, but that they were of use to the Romans is evident, and what the Britons thought of them is recorded in the name they conferred on the hill, where they are situated. The larger camp has no advantage of site, and is but ill supplied with water. The ground is of a spongy nature, and retains wet long, and therefore could only be occupied in the summer months. They seem to have the same relation to Old Carlisle and Keswick as the camp at Whitbarrow has to Old Penrith and Keswick. From Caer Mott, descent at Ewsbridge, and return to Keswick up the western side of the lake. Every lover of landscape should take this ride in the afternoon, and if the sun shines, it is pleasant and fine. The road branches off from the great road to Cockermouth, a little below the bridge, and leads through the wood and round Castle How. In some places it rises above the lake a considerable height, and the water is seen at intervals through a screen of low wood that decks the banks of the lake, which is sometimes entirely concealed, and again suddenly caught at breaks in the wood. The road descends to the level of the water, and presents you with a variety of surprising views in different styles, that show themselves in an agreeable succession as the eye wanders in amazement along the lake. Station 4. At Beck Withup the lake spreads out in a great expanse of water, its outlet concealed by Castle How. The immediate shore is lined with rocks that range along banks completely dressed in low wood, and over them withered brows rise almost perpendicular. The opposite shore is much variegated and deep embayed by the bold promontories of Scareness, Bowness, and Bradness. Just opposite to you, a little removed from the margin of the lake, and under a range of wood, see the solitary church of Bassenthwaite. Its back guard is gloomy Ulloch, a descendant hill of parent Skiddaw, robed in purple heath, trimmed with soft verdure. The whole cultivated track between the mountains and the lake is seen here in all its beauty, and Skiddaw appears nowhere of such majestic height as from this point, magnified by the accompaniment of lesser hills that surround his base. Over the northern extremity of this expanse of water, the ground rises in an easy slope, and in the point of beauty Armathwaite is seated, queen of the lake, on which she smiles in graceful beauty and elegant ease. On each hand are hanging woods. The space between confesses much cultivation, divided by enclosures, waving up to farms seen under the skirts of Caer Mott, the crown-topped hill, that closes this scene with the most elegant form, and in the sweetest manner possible. If the sun shines, you may be entertained here for hours with pleasing variety of landscape. All the views up the lake are in a style great and sublime. They are seen in the bosom of the lake, and by reflection softened with pleasing tints and rich colouring. The magnitude of objects is preserved, or but little diminished by the convexity of the watery mirror, but to the glass is reserved the finished picture in highest colouring and just perspective. As you emerge from the wood at the gate leading to the open space, there is a magnificent bird's-eye view, Keswick in the centre of a grand amphitheatre of mountains. Proceeding along the banks of the lake, the road leads through Thornthwaite and Portinscale to Keswick. A morning ride up the Vale of Newland to Buttermere, etc. End of Part 7. Part 8 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A morning ride up the Vale of Newland to Buttermere, etc. This ride remains hitherto unnoticed, though one of the most pleasing and surprising in the environs of Keswick. Company who visit the Vale of Keswick and view the lake from Castle Rigg, Latrigg, Swinside, and the Vicarage, imagine inaccessible mountains only remain beyond the line of this amazing tract. But whoever takes the ride up Newland Vale will be agreeably surprised with some of the finest solemn pastoral scenes they have yet beheld. An arrangement of vast mountains entirely new, both in form and colouring of rock, vast hollow craters scooped in their bosoms, once the seeming seats of raging liquid fire, at present overflowing with purest water that foams down the craggy brows in impetuous torrents. Woods skirt their base, and lakes lie at their feet, clear as the Derwent. The softer parts of these scenes are verdant hills, patched with wood, spotted with variety of rock, and pastured with herds and flocks. The ride is along Swinside, and having turned the brow of the hill, and passed the first houses through which the road leads, observe at the gate on the right a view down a narrow vale, pleasing in a high degree. The road winds through a glade, along the side of a rapid gurgling brook that ripples down a stony channel, its water clear as crystal. At the hedgerow tree under Rolling End, a brawny mountain, turn and have a new and pleasing view of the Vale of Keswick. The road has a gentle ascent, and the rivulet is heard murmuring below. At the upper end of the cultivated part of the vale, a green pyramidal hill, divided into waving enclosures, looks down the vale upon Keswick, etc. The verdant hills on each side terminate in awful rude mountains that tower to the skies in a variety of grotesque forms, and on their murky furrowed sides hang many torrents. Above Gascadale, the last houses in Newland, no traces of human industry appears. all is naked, solitude, and simple nature in a variety of fantastic forms. The vale now becomes a dell, the road is a path, the lower parts are pastured with a motley herd, the middle tract the flocks assume, the upper regions, to man inaccessible, are abandoned to the birds of Jove. Here untamed nature holds her reign in solemn silence amidst the gloom and grandeur of dreary solitude. The morning sun, beaming on the blue and yellow mountain sides, produces effects of light and shade, the most charming that ever a son of Apelles or genius of Raphael imagined. In approaching the head of Newland Hawes on the left, a mountain of purple-coloured rock presents 1,000 gaping chasms, excavated by torrents, that roaring fall into a basin, formed in the bosom of the mountain, and thence precipitating over a wall of rock, become a brook below. In front is a vast rocky mountain, the barrier of the dell, that opposes itself to all further access. Among the variety of waterfalls that distinguish this awful boundary of rock, one catches the eye at a distance that exceeds the boasted Lodore, as much as Causey Pike does Castle Rig in height of rock and unity of fall, whilst the beholder is free from all anxiety of mind in the approach. Not one pebble or grain of sand offends, but all is nature in her sweetest trim of verdant turf, spread out to please her votaries. Whoever would enjoy with ease and safety alpine views and pastoral scenes in the sublime style, may have them in this morning ride. The road, or rather tract, becomes less agreeable for a few roods, not from any difficulty in the finest mountain turf, where roads may be made at the least expense, but from the dullness of the dalesmen who habituate themselves to tread in the tract made by their flocks. It will not be labour lost to walk a few roods and see a new creation of mountains, as unlike what are left behind as the Andes are to the Alps. The contrast is really striking, and appear at once on the summit of the hill. On the right, at the head of a deep green dell, a naked furrowed mountain of an orange hue has a strange appearance amongst his verdant neighbours, and sinks by his height, Skiddaw itself. Descend the tract on the left, and soon have in sight the highest possible contrast in nature, in sublime alpine scenery. 4 spiral towering mountains, dark, dun, and gloomy at noonday, rise immediately from the western extremity of the deep narrow dell, and hang over Buttermere. The more southern is by the dalesmen, from its form, called Hayrick; the more pyramidal, High Crag; the third, High Steel; and the fourth, from the ferruginous colour, Red Pike. Between the second and third there is a large crater, that from the parched colour of the conical mountains, in whose bosom it is formed, appears to have been the focus of a volcano in some distant period of time, and the cones produced by explosion. At present it is the reservoir that feeds the roaring cataract you see in the descent to Buttermere. Here all is barrenness, solitude, and silence, only interrupted with the murmurs of a rill that runs unseen in the narrow bottom of a deep dell. The smooth verdant sides of the vast hills on the right have many furrows engraven in their sides by the winter rains, and the sable mountains in front present all the horrors of cloven rock, broken cliff, and mountain streams tumbling headlong. Some traces of industry obtruding themselves at the foot of the glen disturb the solemn solitude with which the eye and mind have been delighted, and point out your return to society, and that you approach the village of Buttermere, which is situated betwixt the lakes, and consists of 16 houses. The chapel here is very small, the stipend not large, and though twice augmented with the Queen's bounty, exceeds not £20 per annum. This is one of the cures Mr. Pennant mentions, but the perquisites of the Clogshoes, Hardenfark, Whittlegate, and Goofgate, the present incumbent does not enjoy. The horrid dark mountains above described scowl over the village, and the cataract from the crater thunders down their sides. The life of the inhabitants is purely pastoral. A few hands are employed in the slate quarries. The women spin woolen yarn and drink tea. Above the village you have a view of the upper lake, 2 miles in length, and much under 1 in breadth. It is terminated on the western side by the ferruginous mountains already described. A stripe of cultivated ground adorns the eastern shore. A group of houses, Gatesgarth, is seated on the southern extremity, under the most extraordinary amphitheatre of mountainous rock that ever eye beheld. Honistar Crag, rising to an immense height, flanked by 2 conic mountains, Fleetwith on the east and Scarf on the western side. 100 mountain torrents form a never-failing cataract that down the centre of the rock fall foaming headlong with a thundering noise and form the lake. Mr. Gray's account of Barrowside and his relation of Borrowdale are hyperboles, the sport of fancy that he was pleased to indulge himself in. A person that has crossed the Alps or Apennines will meet with only miniatures here of the huge rocks and precipices, the vast hills and snow-topped mountains he saw there, and though he may observe much similarity in the style, there is none in the danger. Skiddaw, Helvellyn, and Catchidicam are but dwarfs when compared with Mount Maudit above the Lake of Geneva, and the guardian mountains of the Rhone. Here the rocky scenes and mountain landscape are diversified and contrasted with all that aggrandizes the subject in the most sublime style, and constitutes a picture the most enchanting of any in these parts. If the roads in some places are narrow and difficult, they are at least safe. No villainous banditti haunt the mountains. Innocent people live in the dells. Every cottager is narrative of all he knows, and mountain virtue and pastoral hospitality are found at every farm. This constitutes a pleasing difference betwixt travelling here and on the continent, where every innholder is an extortioner, and every voiturine an imposing rogue. The space betwixt the lakes is under a mile of pasture and meadow ground. The lower lake, called Crummock Water, soon opens after you leave the village and pass through an oaken grove. A fine expanse of water sweeps away to the right under a rocky promontory, Randon Knot or Buttermere Hawes. The road serpentizes round the rock and under a rugged pyramidal craggy mountain. From the crest of this rock the whole extent of the lake is discovered. On the western side the mountains rise immediately from the water's edge, bold and abrupt. Just in front, between Bleak Crag and Melbrake, 2 spiral hills. The hoarse resounding noise of a waterfall is heard across the lake, concealed within the bosom of the cliff through which it has forced its way, and, when viewed from the foot of the fall, is a most astonishing phenomenon. This lake is beautified with 3 small isles. One of rock lies just before you. The whole eastern shore is diversified with bays, the banks with scattered trees and a few enclosures, terminated by a hanging wood. At the foot of the lake a high-crowned hill pushes forward, fringed with trees and sweetly laid out with enclosures, and above it, on a cultivated slope, is the chapel of Ullswater. Surrounded with scattered farms behind all, Low Fell swells his verdant front, a sweet contrast to his murky neighbours, and a pleasing termination seen from the top of this rock or from the bosom of the lake. The chain of pyramidal mountains on each side of this narrow vale are extremely picturesque. They rise from distinct bases, and swell into the most grotesque forms, and burst into rocky heads, serrated here and broken there. These lakes are of a much greater depth than Derwent, and may be the only reason why they hold char, and the other does not. The char in the summer months retire to the deeps, probably to avoid the heat. The water here is clear, but not so transparent as the Derwent. The outlet is at the north-east corner by the river Cocker, over which is a handsome stone bridge of 4 arches. This lake is 4 miles in length, and almost half a mile over in some places. End of Part 8. Part 9 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ullswater. Proceed from the bridge by High Cross to the lake of Ullswater. Having passed through a gate that leads to the common, the lake spreads out before you, a mile in length and of equal breadth, about a quarter of a mile. The extremities are rivals in beauty of hanging woods, little groves, and waving enclosures, with farms seated in the sweetest points of view. The south end is overlooked by lofty Melbrake, at whose foot a white house, within some grass enclosures, under a few trees, stands in the point of beauty. The eastern shore is open and indented with small bays. The opposite side is more pleasing. Carling Knott presents a broad pyramidal front of swift ascent, covered with soft vegetation and sprinkled with many aged solitary thorns. On each side the outline waves upward in the finest manner, terminating in a cone of grey rock patched with verdure. This lake, in opposition to all the other lakes and the fall of the mountains, has its course from north to south, and under Melbrake falls into the Crummock Water. This lake is of no great depth and without char, but it abounds, as all the others do, in fine trout, etc. An evening view of both lakes is from the side of Melbrake, at the gate under the coppice of oak, in the road to Ennerdale. Nothing exceeds in composition the parts of this landscape. They are all great and lie in fine order of perspective. If the view is taken from the round knoll at the lower end of the lake, the appearance of the mountains that bound it is astonishing. Melbrake on the right and Grasmere on the left are in the points of distance on the near foreground of this landscape, and betwixt them a stupendous amphitheatre of mountains, their heads all broken and dissimilar and of different hues. Their bases are skirted with wood or clothed with verdure. In the centre point of this amphitheatre is a huge pyramidal broken rock that seems with its figure to change place as you move across the foreground, and gives much variety to the scenes, and changes the picture at every pace. The picturesque views here are many, the scenes, some mixed, others purely sublime, all surprise and please. The genius of the greatest adepts in landscape might here improve in taste and judgment, and the most enthusiastic ardour for pastoral poetry and painting will here find an inexhaustible source of studies and magical scenes. When the roads to Ennerdale and Wastwater are improved, they may be taken in this morning ride. Smith's views of them are the truest likenesses. From the bridge at the foot of the lake ascend the road to Bassenthwaite. At the Hedge Alehouse, Scale Hill, take a guide to the top of the rock, above Mr. Bertie's woods, and have a view of Crummock Water, entirely new. The River Cocker is seen winding through a beautiful and rich cultivated vale, spreading far to the north, variegated with woods, groves, and hanging grounds in every pleasing variety. The most singular object in this vale of Lawton and Bassenthwaite is a high crown-topped rock that divides the vale and raises a broken craggy head over hanging woods that skirt the sloping sides, cut into waving enclosures, varied with groves and patches of coppicewood. To the west a part of Ullswater Lake is seen under a fringe of trees at High Cross. Behind you, awful Grasmere, the Skiddaw of the vale, frowns in all the majesty of furrowed rock, cut almost perpendicular to the centre by the waterfall of ages. The swell of a cataract is heard, but entirely concealed within the gloomy recess of a rocky dell, formed by the rival mountains, Grasmere and Silverside, whose purple dress is variegated with silver-grey rock. At their feet lie the mighty ruins, brought down from the mountains by the memorable water-spout that deluged all the vale in September 1760. After this, the mountains become humble hills, and terminate the sweet vale that stretches from the feet of Black Crag and Carline Knott, spreading itself into a country watered by the Cocker. The ride down the vale is pleasant. All the scenes are smiling, rich, and rural. Every Dalelander appears to be a man of taste. Every village, house and cot is placed in the choicest site, and decorated in the finest manner and style of natural elegance. Not one formal avenue or straight-lined hedge or square fish-pond offends the eye in all this charming vale. The variety of situation gives diversity of views, and a succession of pleasing objects creates the desire of seeing. The back view is under a wooded hill near the 5th mile-post, and is fine. Here return up the great road to Keswick. From Keswick to Penrith, 17 miles of excellently good road through an open wild country. Antiquities. Upon Hutton Moor and on the north side of the great road may be traced the path of the Roman road that leads from Old Penrith or Plumpton Wall in a line almost due west to Keswick. Upon the moor are the traces of a large encampment that the road traverses, and a little beyond the 8th mile-post on the left at Whitbarrow are strong vestiges of a square encampment. The Roman road beyond that is met in the enclosed fields of Whitbarrow, and is known by the farmers from the opposition they meet with in ploughing across it. After that it is found entire on the common called Greystock Low Moor, and last summer they have formed a new road on the adja of it. It proceeds in a right line to Greystock town, where it makes a flexure to the left, and so continues in a line to Blencoe, and is found in a ploughed field about 200 yards to the north of Little Blencoe, pointing at Coachgate, and from thence it passes on the north side of Kelbarrow, and through Cow Close, and was discovered in making the new turnpike road from Penrith to Cockermouth, which it crossed near the toll gate. From thence it stretches over Whitrig in a right line, and is visible on the edge of the wood at Fairbank, and in the lane called Low Street. From thence it points through enclosed land to the south end of the station called Plumpton Wall and Old Penrith. It crossed the brook Petterol at Topinholme. In the year 1772, near Little Blencoe, in removing a heap of stones, 2 urns were taken up, about 2 feet and a half high, made of very coarse earth, and crusted on both sides with a brown clay, the top remarkably wide, and covered with a red flat stone. Besides the ashes and bones, each urn had a small cup within it of a fine clay, in shape of a teacup. One was pierced in the centre of the bottom part. The place where they were taken up is called Loddon Howe, within 20 yards of the road between Penrith and Skelton, and about 200 yards from the Roman road, and 4 miles from the station. On the banks of the Petterol, a few roods from the south corner of the station, an altar was lately found. Its height 3 feet 4 inches, and near 16 inches square. It had been thrown down from the upper ground, and the corners broke off in the fall. The front has been filled with an inscription, the letters short and square, but not one word legible. On the right-hand side is the patera, with a handle, and underneath the cesspiter. On the opposite side is the ampulla, and from its lip a serpent or viper descends in waves. The back part is rude, as if intended to stand against a wall. The emblems are in excellent preservation. The castrum is 168 paces from south to north, by 110 within the fosse, which was also surrounded with a stone wall. The stones have been removed to the fence wall on the roadside, and being in Plumpton, is called Plumpton Wall. The station is a vast heap of ruins, of stone building, the walls of great thickness and cemented. The town has surrounded the station, except on the side of the Petterol, but whether the station took its name from the river, as being upon its banks, and was called the Petriana, or whether the station gave name to the river, which is the least probable, let him who can determine. The station is 12 miles and 3/4 from Carlisle, 5 1/4 from Penrith, about 7 from Broome Castle, and about 18 from Keswick, where an intermediate station must have been between Ambleside and Moresby, and between Old Penrith and Moresby, having Caermont between it and Old Carlisle, and Papcastle between it and Moresby. The summer station would be on Castle Hill, and the winter station on the area of the present town of Keswick, or on some convenient place betwixt the conflux of the rivers Greeta and Derwent, and it is more probable that the Derventione of the Chorographia was here than at Papcastle, which comes better in for the Pampucalia of the same Chorographia. A station here would be an efficacious check on any body of the enemy that might cross the estuaries above or below Boulness and pass the watch there, and the garrisons at Old Carlisle, Ellenborough, Papcastle and Moresby, for it was impossible for any body of men to proceed to the south but by Borrowdale or Dunmail Raise, and a garrison at Keswick commanded both these passes. The watch at Caermont would give the alarm to that on Castle Crag in the pass of Borrowdale, and the sentinel on Castlehead that overlooks Keswick would communicate the same to the garrison there. So it is apparently impossible that any body of men could pass that way, but if they attempted a rout on the northern side of Skiddaw and over Hutton Moor to Patterdale, the watch at Caermont was in sight, both of Old Carlisle and Keswick, and the garrison of the latter might either pursue or give notice to Whitbarrow and Ambleside to meet them in the pass at the head of Patterdale called Kirkston, which is so steep and narrow and crowded with rocks that a few veteran troops would easily stop the career of a tumultuous crowd, who, falling back upon each other, would increase their destruction in flying down a precipitous pass. If they made good the pass and turned to the east before the Romans arrived, they would in that case be harassed in the rear, till they arrived at Kendal, where the watchmen from Watercrook would be ready to receive them, and then they would be attacked in front and rear. That the Romans have had engagements at Kirkston Pass is evident from the Roman arms that were lately found in the adjoining moss. There are also many heaps of stones collected, which have the appearance of barrows. These are the only passes amongst the mountains that a body of Caledonians could attempt in their way to the south, and these could not be secured without a station at Keswick, and that could not be more advantageously placed than where the town stands on the meeting of the roads from the surrounding stations, all about an equal distance, and at such a distance as rendered a station here necessary, and the several castellums on Castle Crag and Castle Hill and Castellet useful in giving notice and guarding these important posts. That no vestige is now visible of a station ever being here, nor any notice of it taken by Camden, Horsley, and others, nor even a traditional record of its existence, are seeming difficulties which put the negative on what has been advanced. That no vestiges remain only proves that the place had been defaced at an early period, when no care was taken to preserve the memory of such remains, and that the town occupies the whole area of the station, and that the station had been placed within the site of the town, probably in the lower part, facing the pass of the Greeta. In the wheel of the Greeta, a meadow peninsulated by the river, just below the town and called the Goat's Field, there are vestiges of a fosse, but too imperfect to draw a conclusion from, in favour of the station. The ground round the town is very fertile, and has been long enough cultivated to destroy any remains. What have been accidentally discovered are gone into oblivion, and no change happening in the town itself to occasion new discoveries, the memory of what has been is fled with time. If Camden visited Keswick, he was satisfied with the then present state of the little town which King Edward I made a market. The face of the country only drew his attention. That Horsley never visited these parts is evident from his mistaken account of the road from Plumpton Wall to Keswick, which he says passed through Greystock Park. This had he but seen the face of the country, he could never have imagined. His mistake and Camden's silence give occasion to a regular survey of the said road, and finding the military roads from Papcastle, Ellenborough, Moresby, Ambleside, and Plumpton all coincide at Keswick, and for the other reasons already assigned, it appeared evident that a station must be somewhere near. The Castle Hill above Keswick is a faithful record of the existence of a station in this country. here was the seat of the ancient lords of the manor of Derwentwater, probably raised on the ruins of the Roman fortress. But after the heiress of that family was married to Ratcliffe's, the family seat was removed into Northumberland, and the castle went to ruins. And with the stones thereof, the Ratcliffes built a house of pleasure in one of the islands in Derwentwater. The name Castle Hill, being more ancient than the last erection, is still retained. At Ambleside, when I inquired for the Roman station a few years ago, no one could inform me, but upon one person, considering the description I gave of it, answered, "It is the castle." The station at Plumpton is called by the same name, and at Kendal, the castellum that overlooks the station is also called the Castlesteads. So here the Castle Hill is the place of the summer station, but being a fruitful tract and much ploughed, I have not been able to trace any appearance of a foss or vallum, and therefore the whole of this conjecture must rest upon the necessity, or at least on the expediency of a station here. Since the writing of the above, in a field below the town, an urn with other remains were found by the plough, and said to be Roman. End of Part 9. Part 10 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ullswater. Those who do not choose to go as far as Penrith may, near the 8th mile-post, turn off to the right. Melfell, a round green hill, will be on the left to Matterdale, and into Gowbarrow Park, which brings them upon Ullswater, about the middle part of it, where it is seen to great advantage. But here it must be observed that some of the greatest beauties of the lake and sweetest scenes are entirely lost by this route. Dunmallet, the greatest ornament of the lake, with the whole of the first great bend, remain unseen, and much of the dignity of the lake is thereby destroyed. It is therefore better to ride on to the gate on the right that leads to Dacre, and over Dacre Common to the foot of Dunmallet. By this course every part of the lake will be viewed to the greatest advantage. Mr. Gray's choice of visiting this lake was from Penrith up the Vale of Eamon. A great autumnal day went to see Ullswater 5 miles distant, soon left Keswick Road and turned to the left through shady lanes along the Vale of Eamon, which runs rapidly on near the way, rippling over the stones. To the right, Dalemain, a large fabric of pale red stone, with 9 windows in front and 7 on the side. Farther on, Hutton St. John, a castle-like old mansion of Mr. Huddlestone's. Approached Dunmallet, a fine pointed hill covered with wood. Began to mount the hill, and with some toil gained the summit. From hence saw the lake opening directly at my feet, majestic in its calmness, clear and smooth as a blue mirror, with winding shores and low points of land, covered with green enclosures, white farmhouses looking out among the trees, and cattle feeding. The water is almost everywhere bordered with cultivated lands, gently sloping upwards from a mile to 1/4 of a mile in breadth till they reach the feet of the mountains, which rise very rude and awful with their broken tops on either hand. Directly in front, at better than 3 miles distance, Place Fell, one of the bravest among them, pushes its bold broad breast into the midst of the lake, and forces it to alter its course, forming first a large bay to the left, and then bending to the right. Descended Dunmallet by a side avenue, only not perpendicular, and came to Barton Bridge over the Eamon. Then walked through a path in the wood, round the bottom of the hill. Came forth where the Eamon issues out of the lake, and continued my way along the western shore, close to the water, and generally on a level with it. It is 9 miles long, and at widest under a mile in breadth. After extending itself 3 miles and a half in a line to the south-west, it turns at the foot of Place Fell, almost due west, and is here not twice the breadth of the Thames at London. It is soon again interrupted by the route of Helvellyn, a lofty and very rugged mountain, and spreading again turns off to the south-east and is lost among the deep recesses of hills. To this second turning I pursued my way about 4 miles along its borders, beyond a village scattered among trees and called Watermillock. Here Mr. Gray leaves us, and the greatest part of the lake unseen, and the most picturesque parts undescribed. The last bend of the lake is spotted with rocky isles, deeply indented, with wooded promontories on one side and rocks on the other. Antiquities. Before you quit the top of Dunmallet, observe the vestiges of its former importance, an area of 110 paces by 37, surrounded with a fosse still visible. Stones of the rampart still peep through the grass. The well that supplied the guard kept here was but lately filled up with stones. This fort must have been of much consequence in guarding the lake and commanding the pass, and maintaining a connection between the garrisons of Ambleside and Broome, being 5 or 6 miles distant from the latter, and 19 from the former. There are strong vestiges of a square fort on Sulby Fell, which communicates with this and the camp at Whitbarrow. Opposite to Watermillock, a cataract descends the front of Swarth Fell in Martindale Forest. At Skilling Nab, a bold promontory, the lake is contracted to a span, but soon spreads itself again both ways, forming a variety of sweet bays and promontories. After a reach of 3 miles it winds with a grand sweep round the smoothest breast of Place Fell, and making a turn directly south, advances with equal breadth towards Patterdale. The western shore is various. Drawing near the second bend, the mountains strangely intersect each other. Behind many wooded hills rises Stonecross Pike, and over all, steep Helvellyn shows his sovereign head. On the western side, Yew Crag, a noble pile of rock, fronts Place Fell, where it weeps in a cataract to the lake. Gowbarrow Park opens with a grand amphitheatre of shining rock, the floor of which is spread with a soft green pasture, once shaded with ancient oaks, to which many decayed roots bear witness. Scattered thorns, trees, and bushes vary the ground pastured with flocks, herds of cattle, and fallow deer. The road winds along the margin of the lake, clear as a mirror, at every turn renewing scenes the finest that can be imagined. At the upper end of Gowbarrow Park, the last bend of the lake, which is by much the finest, opens, scattered with small rocky islands. The shores are bold, rocky, wooded, and much embayed. Past Newbridge, the road winds up a steep rock, having the lake underneath you on the left. From the top, have a view under the trees both up and down the lake. Martindale Fell, a naked grey rock on the opposite shore, rises abruptly from the water to an alpine height. The effect is astonishing. The rock you stand upon hangs over the lake, blue and unfathomable to the eye. An island in the middle space has a beautiful effect. This is the most romantic, pleasing, and terrible situation upon the lake, especially if the wind blows the surges of the water against the rock below you. The shores on both sides upward are very pleasing, and the little decorating isles are scattered in the most exquisite taste and delightful order. The ride along the banks, since the repair of the road, is charming. The upper end terminates in sweet meadows, surrounded on the right by towering rocky hills, broken and wooded. Martindale Fell is the opposite boundary, skirted here with hanging enclosures, cots, and farms. The principal feeders of the lake are Grisdale Beck on the western corner, and Goldrill Beck, which descends from Kirkstone Fell. They enter the lake in a freer manner than the feeder of Derwent does, and make a much finer appearance where they join the lake. From the bridge in Patterdale, Goldrill Beck serpentizes sweetly through the meadows, and falls easily into the lake about the middle of the vale. Glencairn Beck, descending from Helvellyn, joins the lake at Airy Bridge. There is from the top of the rock above the inn a very charming view of the last bend of the lake, which constitutes one of the finest landscapes on it, and takes in just enough for a delightful picture. The nearest foreground is a fall of enclosures, a rocky wooded mountain that hangs over Patterdale House. Martindale Fell is in the point of distance on the right, steep rocks and shaggy woods hanging from their sides on the left. Gowbarrow Park rises in a fine style from the water edge for the background, and a noble reach of water, beautifully spotted with rocky isles, charmingly disposed, with perpetual change of rocky shore, fill the middle space of this beautiful picture. This lake is of a depth sufficient for breeding char, and abounds with variety of other fish. Trout of 30 pounds weight and upwards are said to be taken here. The water of the lake is very clear, but has nothing of the transparency of Derwent, and is inferior to Buttermere and Crummock water also in this respect. The stones in the bottom and along the shores are coated with mud. Mr. Gray observed in viewing this lake the same order as at Keswick, along its banks and facing the mountains, from the parity of reason that the idea of magnitude and magnificence are thereby increased as much as possible, with advantage of foreground, and every object viewed this way appears much higher than when seen from an elevated station, which depresses the dimension on which the idea of magnitude and magnificence depend. This lake, viewed from any height except Dunmallet, loses much of its dignity as a lake from the number of its flexures and juttings out of promontories, but it regains the appearance of a magnificent river engulfed in rocks. The bold winding hills, the intersecting mountains, the pyramidal cliffs, the bulging broken rugged rocks, the hanging woods, the easy waterfalls in some places, and in others the tumbling roaring cataract, are parts of the sublimer scenes in this surprising vale. The cultivated spots wave upward from the water in beautiful slopes, intersected by hedges, waving with trees in the most picturesque manner. Mansions, cottages, and farms, placed in sweetest points, are the rural parts, and altogether form the most delightful, charming scenes. The accompaniments of this lake are disposed in the most picturesque order, bending round its margin and spreading upwards in craggy rocks and mountains, irregular in height and shape and broken-topped, yet much inferior in sublime height and horrible grandeur to the environs of Keswick and the dreadful rocks in Borrowdale. But in this opinion we have Mr. Cumberland against us, who, having visited and seen the other lakes in dark unfavourable weather, when nothing could be seen, besides weeping rocks, flooded roads, and watery plains, darkened by sable clouds that hovered over them motionless, and concealed their variegated shores, entertained an unfavourable idea of them, and being more fortunate in a fine day, in that part of the tour where he visited Ullswater, he attuned his lyre in honour of this enchanting lake, and sung its charms in preference not only to Windermere, Grasmere, and the Vale of Keswick, but raises it above the pride of Lomond and the marvellous Killarney. Mr. Cumberland in that sweet ode represents himself upon the banks of the lake of Ullswater, bemoaning himself and the hardness of his fate, when the sun beaming forth blessed him with a full display of all the beauties of this enchanting lake. In gratitude for so special a favour, in a true poetic rapture, he dedicates the charming ode to the god of day, whose partiality to the lake of Patterdale he gratefully indulges in the following harmonious numbers. Me turbid skies and threatening clouds await, emblems, alas, of my ignoble fate. But see the embattled vapours break, disperse and fly, posting like couriers down the sky. The grey rock glitters in the glassy lake, and now the mountain tops are seen, frowning amidst the blue serene. The variegated groves appear, decked in the colours of the waning year, and, as new beauties they unfold, dip their skirts in beaming gold. Thee, savage Wyburn, now I hail, delicious Grasmere's calm retreat, and stately Windermere I greet, and Keswick's sweet fantastic vale. But let her maids yield to thee, and lowly bend the subject knee. Imperial lake of Patrick's Dale, for neither Scottish Lomond's pride, nor smooth Killarney's silver tide, nor aught that learned Poussin drew, or dashing Rosa flung upon my view, shall shake thy sovereign undisturbed right, great scene of wonder and sublime delight. Hail to thy beams, O sun, for this display! What glorious orb can I repay the thanks of an unprostituted muse? The navigators of this lake find much amusement by discharging guns or small cannon at certain stations. The report is reverberated from rock to rock, promontory, cavern, and hill, with a variety of sound, dying away upon the ear, and again returning like peals of thunder, re-echoed 7 times distinctly. Opposite to Watermillock is one of those stations. The higher end of the lake is 14 miles from Penrith, and 10 from Ambleside, good turnpike road. Only at Staybarrow Crag the road is cut into the rock that awfully overhangs it, and is too narrow. Above Goldrill Bridge the vale becomes narrow and poor, the mountains steep, naked, and rocky. Much blue slate of an excellent kind is excavated out of their bowels. The ascent from the lake to the top of Kirkstone is easy. There are many waterfalls from the mountains on both sides. From the top of Kirkstone to Ambleside the descent is quick. Some remarkable stones near the gorge of the pass are called High Trough. The only lake that remains to be visited in this course is Hawes Water. End of Part 10. Part 11 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hawes Water. This is a pretty morning ride from Penrith, or it may be taken in the way to Shap, or from Shap and return to Kendal. There is also a road from Pooley Bridge over the mountain to Ponton Vale, a beautiful secreted valley. Ascending the road from Pooley Bridge to the south, from the brow of the common, you have a grand general view of Ullswater, with all its winding shore and accompaniments of woods, rocks, and mountains, bays and promontories, with all the flexures of shore to the entrance of Patterdale. To the north-east you look down on Pooley Bridge, and the winding of the river guides the eye to a beautiful valley, much ornamented with plantations, in the midst of which Dalemain is seated, queen of the Vale of Eamon. Turning south, proceed by White Raise, a large cairn of stones, and near it the remains of a small circus. 10 stones are still erect. A little further on are the vestiges of a larger circus of 22 paces by 25. All the stones, except the pillar, are removed. It stands on the south side of the circus. The place is called Dovac Moor. Here the Vale of Ponton opens sweetly to the view, ascending to the south and spreading upwards in a variety of dale-land beauty. At the bridge the road turns to the right, and soon brings you upon Hawes Water. Mr. Young is the first that says anything pretty of this sweet but unfrequented lake. The approach to the lake is very picturesque. You pass between 2 high ridges of mountains, the banks finely spread with enclosures. Upon the right 2 small beautiful hills, one of them covered with wood. They are most pleasingly elegant. The lake is a small one, about 3 miles long, half a mile over in some places, and a quarter in others, almost divided in the middle by a promontory of enclosures, joined only by a strait, so that it consists of 2 sheets of water. The upper end of it is fine, quite enclosed with bold, steep, craggy rocks and mountains, and in the centre of the end a few little enclosures at their feet, waving upward in a very beautiful manner. The south side of the lake is a noble ridge of mountains, very bold and prominent down to the water's edge. They bulge out in the centre in a fine, bold, pendant, broad head that is venerably magnificent, and the view of the first sheet of the lake, losing itself in the second among hills, rocks, woods, etc., is picturesque. The opposite shore consists of enclosures rising one above another and crowned with craggy rocks. The narrowest part, by report, is 50 fathom deep, and a man can throw a stone across it. Thwaites Force or Fall is a fine cataract on the right, and opposite to it the first sheet of water is lost among the rocks and wood in a beautiful manner. Bleak Howe Crag, a ruinous rock, and over it Castle Crag, a staring shattered rock, have a formidable appearance, and above all Kidsey Pike, on whose summits the clouds weep into a crater of rock that is never dry. On the eastern side a front of prominent rock bulges out in a solemn naked mass, and a waving cataract descends the furrow side of a soft green hill. The contrast is fine. At Bleak Howe Crag there is a fine back view. Above the chapel all is hopeless waste and desolation. The little vale contracts into a glen strewed with the precipitated ruins of mouldering mountains and the destruction of waterfalls. Kendal is 14 miles from the chapel, and whoever chooses an alpine ride may proceed to it up this vale. From the chapel to the top of the mountain, 3 miles. The descent into Longsleydale is as much more. In approaching the mountain, Harter Fell scowls forward in all the terrific grandeur of hanging rock. As you approach it, a yawning chasm appears to divide it upwards from the base, and within it is heard the hoarse noise of engulfed waters. The harmony of cataracts and waterfalls on all sides add much to the solemnity of the tremendous scenes. The path soon becomes winding, steep and narrow, and is the only possible one across the mountain. A roaring cataract on the left accompanies you during the ascent. On the summit of the mountain you soon come in sight of Longsleydale, Lancaster Sands, etc., and will presently be accompanied with a cataract on the right in the course of the descent. The road traverses the mountain as on the other side, but is much better made and wider on account of the slate taken from the sides of these mountains and carried to Kendal, etc. The waterfalls on the right are extremely curious. You enter Longsleydale between two shattered rocky mountains. That on the left, Crowbarrow, is not less terrible to look up at, when under it, than any rock in Barrowside or Borrowdale, and has covered a much larger space with ruins. Here is all the possible variety of waterfalls and cataracts. The most remarkable is on the left. Over a most tremendous wall of rock, a mountain torrent, in one unbroken sheet, leaps headlong 100 yards and more. The whole vale is narrow. The hills rise swift on each hand, their brows are wooded, their feet covered with grass or cultivated, their summits broken. The road along the vale is tolerable, and joins the great road at Watchgate, about 4 miles from Kendal. Hawes Water may be taken first in the morning, and then cross the mountain by the road to Pooley Bridge for Ullswater, and return in the evening to Penrith. End of Part 11. Part 12 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Penrith. So much is already said of this sweet town that nothing remains new to be added here. The situation is pleasant, open to the south. It is tolerably well built, and rather a genteel than a trading town. The townspeople are civil, the inns commodious and well served. The company are polite and communicative to strangers. Beside the few resident families, the life of this town is, there being a thoroughfare for travellers. For although it be seated in the midst of a rich and fruitful country, no manufacturers have been induced to fix here. Before the interest of the sister kingdoms became one, Penrith was a place of uncertain tranquillity, and too precarious for the repose of trade and manual industry, being better circumstanced for a place of arms and military exercise. Yet since the happy change of spirit, no more than one branch of tanning and a small manufacture of checks have taken place. This must be owing to want of attention in the people of property, or of industry in the inhabitants. The latter is not to be supposed, for the spirit of agriculture introduced by the gentlemen of the environs is in as flourishing a way amongst the farmers of this neighbourhood as in other parts of the kingdom. The superfluities of the market are bought up for Kendal, where much of that is wanting which superabounds here. The most remarkable objects here are the beacon on the summit of the hill above the town, and the awful remains of a royal fortress on the crest of rising ground that commands the town. It is supposed to be an erection of Henry VI, out of the ruins of a much more ancient structure called Mayborough, but this is not very probable, since stones are easier quarried here than they could be got there. But as popular records have always some fact to rest upon and truth in the bottom, so some facings and other principal stones being taken from Mayborough give rise to the tradition. There might also have been a stronghold here in the time of the Romans. At present the buildings are ruins in the last stage. One stone-arched vault remains, that from its situation has been the keep, no longer terrible since the border service ceased, and the mutual intercourse of trade and alliance happily taken place of national reprisals and family feuds. The antiquity of this town is supposed to be found in its name, being of British derivation, from pen and rud, signifying in that language a red head or hill, and such is the colour of the hill above the town, and the ground and stones around it. But with respect to situation, it may as well be derived from pen, the head, and rin, a promontory, and so be referred to the beacon hill. But it may be judged a more honourable etymon to derive the name from pen and rid of ridau, to make free, and that on account of special service of fidelity to the Roman government. The Britons of this town were emancipated from the abject slavery that the nation in general was subjected to by their tyrannical masters, and on that occasion the town was made free, and the inhabitants were honoured with the title of principal freemen, which they translated into their own language by Penrith, and was pronounced by the Britons, as by the Welsh at this day, Penrith. It has been the happiness of this town to remain a royal franchise through all the ages of feudal servitude, at least since the reign of Edward I, without the encumbrance of a charter, and is peaceably governed by the steward of the honours and a free jury. The honours of both town and castle belong to the truly noble Duke of Portland. In the churchyard are some sepulchral monuments, which have long been the subject of antiquarian speculation, not yet decided. Thus much is evident that the pillars are of one stone, formed like the ancient spears, the shafts round for about 7 feet high. Above that, they appear to be square, and to have terminated in a point. They are about 10 feet high, stand parallel with the church, distant from each other 15 feet. The space between is enclosed with circular stones, by some conjectured to represent boars. There remains visible on the upper part of the pillars some ornamental work, but no inscription or figures appear at present, and the stones are so much fretted by time that it rests upon mere conjecture to affirm that there ever were any such. They probably mark the tomb of some great man or family before the custom was introduced of interring within churches, and are probably British, or must be Saxon. There are many pleasing rides in the environs of Penrith. Most of them lead to curious remains or ancient monuments or modern improvements. In Winfield Park are the Countess Pillar, the White Hart Tree, and the Three Brother Tree. The first is a filial tribute of Anne, Countess Dowager of Pembroke, to the memory of her pious mother, Mary, Countess Dowager of Cumberland. The others are the remains of aged oaks that have long outlived their own strength. One of them is upwards of 9 yards in circumference. Broome Castle is an awful ruin, the Brovoniacum of the Romans, and since that the bulwark of Westmoreland on that side, and the pride of its earls for many descents. In a gallery overhead is a stone with a Roman sepulchral inscription much defaced. At Little Salkeld is the largest Druidical circle in the northern parts. Near Emont Bridge is Arthur's Round Table, and at a small distance from it is Mayborough, both of remote antiquity and doubtful use. The first may be presumed to have been a place of public exhibition for martial exercises, and the latter has the conditions of a British fort, but the rude pillar inclines some to believe it the remains of a Druid temple. It is entirely formed of loose stones and pebbles, collected from the adjacent rivers and fields. That the height has once been great may be collected from the vast breadth of the base, increased by the fall of stones from the top. It encloses a circular area of 80 yards or more, and near the middle stands a red stone, upwards of 3 yards high. The entrance is on the eastern side, and opens to a sweet view of Broom House, to which the rude pillar, when whitened, and of this Mr. Broom is very careful, is a fine obelisk. If the name of this very extraordinary monument was Brain Gwyn, then Mr. Pennant, from Rowland, has pointed out the use of a supreme consistory of Druidical administration, as the British name imports. But if the present name be a Saxon corruption of the ancient name, which probably was Mifirion, by the Saxons pronounced Meibirion or Meibir, and to bring it still nearer to their own language, Mayborough, then this conjecture being admitted, it will signify a place of study and contemplation. Such places the Druids had, and were the public schools destined for the colloquial instruction of pupils in the mysteries of religion and the arcana of civil government. Druidical remains are frequent in this neighbourhood. Many of them are analogous, but Mayborough is such a stupendous construction that it must have been designed for some extraordinary use. From the beacon the views are many, all extensive and vast. The eye is in the centre of a plain enclosed with a circle of stupendous mountains of various forms and awful heights. The plain itself is adorned with many ancient towns and more ancient castles, stations, and castellums, where the Roman eagle long displayed her wings, but in these more happy days is possessed by a happier people, who enjoy with freedom their pleasant seats and charming mansions, that meet the eye whichever way the head is turned, marked with all the refinements of liberal taste and flourishing industry. Hawes Water may be conveniently visited from Penrith, returning from it by the ruins of Shap or Hep Abbey to Shap. The remains of this abbey are inconsiderable, yet picturesque. A square tower with piked windows is the chief part of the ruins, and does honour to the reign of King John when it was built for canons of the Premonstratensian order that had been first placed near Preston Patrick in Kendal by Thomas son of Gospatrick. This abbey was dedicated by the first founder to St. Mary Magdalene, and he endowed it with a large portion of his lands in Preston in Kendal. His son translated it to Magdalene Vale near Shap, and further endowed it with the lands of Carroll or Carlwarth. Robert de Veteripont, Vipont, First Lord of Westmoreland, confirmed the precedent grants, and added to that of Matilda his mother, and Ive his brother, the tithes of all his mills, and of game killed in his lands in Westmoreland. This grant is dated on Saturday, April 24th, 13th of King John. From this sequestered spot continue the route to the village of Shap, a proper place for refreshment before you face Shap Fells, a dreary melancholy tract of 12 miles. On the east side of the road, soon after you leave the village, observe a double range of huge granites pitched in the ground and at some distance from each other, leading to circles of small stones and increasing the space between the rows as they approach the circles, where the avenue is about 27 paces wide. They are supposed to have run quite through the village and terminated in a point. It has long embarrassed the antiquaries what to call this very uncommon monument of ancient chronology. Mr. Pennant has given a plausible explanation of it from Oleus Magnus, and supposes them to be the recording stones of a Danish victory obtained on the spot, and the stony circles to be the grateful tribute to the memory of consanguineous heroes slain in the action. There is at a small distance to the east from these stones a spring, called Shap Spore, in smell and taste like that of Harrogate, much frequented by the people of the country for scorbutic complaints and eruptions of the skin. Leaving behind you this gloomy region of black moors and shapeless mountains, approach a charming vale, which Mr. Young, in his elegant manner, describes thus. After crossing this dreary tract, the first appearance of a good country is most exquisitely fine. About 3 miles from Kendal, you at once look down from off this desolate country upon one of the finest landscapes in the world, a noble range of fertile enclosures richly enamelled with most beautiful verdure, and coming to the brow of the hill, have a most elegant picture view of a variegated tract of waving enclosures, spreading over hills and hanging to the eye in the most picturesque and pleasing manner that fancy can conceive. 3 hills in particular are overlooked, cut into enclosures in a charming style, of themselves forming a most elegant landscape, and worthy the imitation of those who would give the embellishments of art to the simplicity of nature. The station from whence this description is taken is about the midway between the 3rd and 4th milestone, on the top of a rock on the east side of the road, called Stone Crag, which cannot be mistaken. The 3 hills referred to in the description are on the near ground of the landscape. There are many beautiful hills and knolls scattered about the valley, some cultivated, others covered with wood or shining in the softest verdure, but the most remarkable for picturesque form is an oval green hill, crowned with the ruins of a castle. It divides the valley and overlooks a town hanging on the side of a steep mountain. This is Kendal. End of Part 12. Part 13 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kendal. The approach to it from the north is pleasant. A noble river, the Kent, is discovered flowing briskly through fertile fields, and visiting the town in its whole length. It is crossed by a bridge more venerable than handsome, where 3 great roads coincide, from Sedbergh, Kirkby Stephen, and Penrith. The main street leading from the bridge slopes upwards to the centre of the town, and contracts itself to an inconvenient passage, where it joins another principal street, which falls with a gentle declivity both ways, is a mile in length, and of a spacious breadth. Was an area for a market-place opened at the incident of these 2 streets, it would give the town a noble appearance. The entrance from the south is by another bridge, which makes a short awkward turn into the suburbs. After that the street opens well, and the town has a cheerful appearance. In this town is a workhouse for the poor, which for neatness and economy exceeds most of the kind in the kingdom. The inns are genteel and commodious, plentifully served, and the usage civil. The objects most worthy of notice are the manufactures. The chief of these are of the Kendal cottons, a coarse woollen cloth, of the Lindsays, of knit worsted stockings, and a considerable tannery. The lesser manufactures are of waste silk, which is received from London, and after scouring, combing, and spinning is returned, of wool cards, in which branch considerable improvements have been made by the curious machines invented here, and of fish hooks. There are other articles of industry well worth seeing. The mills for scouring, fulling, and frizing cloth, for cutting and rasping, dyeing wood, etc. But what is most to the credit of this place is, that notwithstanding several considerable inconveniences which this town has ever laboured under, the manufactures have all along continued to flourish, and are particularly noticed so early as the reign of King Richard II and Henry IV, when special laws were enacted for the better regulation of the Kendal cloths, and have of late years been greatly increased by the spirit and industry of the inhabitants. When William the Conqueror gave the barony of Kendal to Ivo de Tailbois, the inhabitants of Kendal were the villain tenants of the baronial lord, but one of his successors emancipated them and confirmed their burgages to them by charter. Queen Elizabeth in the 18th year of her reign erected it into a corporation by the name of aldermen and burgages, and afterwards King James I incorporated it with a mayor, 12 aldermen and 24 burgesses. Mr. Gray's description of this town is equally injurious to it and his memory, but of the church and castle he is pointed. Near the end of the town stands a handsome house of Colonel Wilson's, and adjoining to it the church, a very large Gothic fabric, with a square tower. It has no particular ornaments, but double aisles, and at the east end 4 chapels or choirs. Mr. Gray's account then proceeds to the inside of the church, which he describes with his usual accuracy and ease. Speaking of the chapels, one of Parr's, another of Strickland's, the third is the proper choir of the church, and the fourth of the Bellinghams, a family now extinct. The Bellinghams came into Westmoreland before the reign of Henry VII, and were seated at Burnside. In the reign of King Henry VIII, Adam Bellingham purchased of the king the 20th part of a knight's fee in Helsington, parcel of the possession of Henry, Duke of Richmond, and of Sir John Lumley, Lord Lumley, which his father, Thomas Bellingham, had farmed of the crown. He was succeeded by his son, James Bellingham, who erected the tomb in the Bellinghams' chapel. There is an altar tomb of one of them, viz. Adam Bellingham, dated 1577, with a flat brass arms and quarterings, and in the window their arms alone, argent, a hunting horn sable, strung gules. In the Stricklands' chapel are several modern monuments, and another old altar tomb not belonging to the family. On the side of it, a fess stands set between 10 billets d'Ancourt. This tomb is probably of Ralph d'Ancourt, who in the reign of King John married Helen, daughter of Anselm de Furness, whose daughter and sole heir, Elizabeth d'Ancourt, was married to William, son and heir of Sir Robert de Stirkland, of Great Stirkland, knight, 23rd of Henry III. The son and heir was Walter de Stirkland, who lived in the reign of Edward I, was possessed of the fortunes of Anselm de Furness and d'Ancourt in Westmoreland, and erected the above tomb to the memory of his grandfather Ralph d'Ancourt. The descendants of the said Walter de Stirkland have lived at Sizer in this neighbourhood ever since, and this chapel is the family burial place. In Parr's chapel is a third altar tomb in the corner, no figure or inscription, but on the side, cut in stone, an escutcheon of Ross of Kendal, 3 water budgets, quartering Parr, 2 bars in a bordure engrailed. Secondly, an escutcheon, vert, a fess for Marmion. Thirdly, an escutcheon, 3 chevronels braced, and a chief, which I take for Fitzhugh. At the foot is an escutcheon surrounded with the garter, bearing Ross and Parr quarterly, quartering the other 2 before mentioned. I have no books to look in, therefore cannot say whether this is Lord Parr of Kendal, Queen Catherine's father, or her brother the Marquis of Northampton. Perhaps it is a cenotaph for the latter, who was buried at Warwick 1571. The castle he describes thus: the remains of the castle are seated on a fine hill on the side of the river opposite to the town. Almost the whole enclosure wall remains, with 4 towers, 2 square and 2 round, but their upper part and embattlements are demolished. It is a rough stone and cement without any ornament or arms, round, enclosing a court of the like form, and surrounded by a moat. Nor ever could it have been larger than it is, for there are no traces of outworks. There is a good view of the town and river, with a fertile open valley through which it winds. Had Mr. Gray ascended from the end of Stramangate's bridge to the castle, which was the only way to it when in its glory, and is the easiest at present, he would have observed a square area that had been fortified with a deep moat, and connected to the castle by a drawbridge, where was probably the base court. The stones now are entirely removed, and the ground levelled, and laughing Ceres reassumes the land. The present structure was undoubtedly raised by the first barons of Kendal, and probably on the ruins of the Roman station, this being the most eligible site in the country for a summer encampment. And at a small distance from Watercrook, there are still some remains of a dark red freestone used in facings, and in the doors and windows, that has been brought from the environs of Penrith, more probably by the Romans, than either the Saxon or Norman lords. Fame says this castle held out against Oliver Cromwell and was battled from the Castle Law Hill, but this is not so probable as that its present ruinous state is owing to the jealousy of the usurper. There is a most pleasant morning ride of 5 miles down the east side of the river. Watercrook is 1 mile distant on the right, close by the side of the Kent. This is the concangium of the Romans, where a body of the vigilatores, watchmen, kept guard, and was the intermediate station between the Dictis at Ambleside and the garrison at Overborough. The line of the fosse may be still traced, though much defaced by the plough. Altars, coins, and inscribed stones have been found here, and in the wall of the barn on the very area of the station is still legible the inscription preserved by Mr. Horsley to the memory of 2 freed men, with an imprecation against anyone who should contaminate their sepulchre, with a fine to the fiscal. There is also an altar without an inscription, and a Silenus without a head. At a small distance is a pyramidal knoll, crowned with a single tree called Saturi, where something dedicated to the god Saturn has stood. Pass through the village of Natland, on the crest of a green hill on the left, called Helm, are the vestiges of a castellum called Castle Steads, which corresponded, by smoke in the day and flame in the night, with the garrison at Lancaster, by the beacon on Warton Crag during the residence of the watchman at Watercrook. There is a house at a distance to the north, called Watch House, where Roman coins have been found. Proceed through Sigiswick, and fall in with the course of the river at Force Bridge, and from the crown of it have a very singular romantic view both ways of the river, working its way in a narrow deep channel of rocks, hanging over it in variety of forms, streaming 1,000 limpid rills into the flood. The rocks in the bottom are strangely excavated into deep holes of various shapes, that when the river is low remain full of water, from its depth black as ink. The bridge is one bold arch suspended by the opposite rocks, its antiquity unknown. A mantle of ivy veils its ancient front and gives it a most venerable appearance. If you ride down the west side of the river from the bridge as far as the forge, to see the waterfall of the whole river, its stream is much more impaired in beauty since the forge was erected. But if from the end of the uppermost house you will look up between 2 trees in the midst of the channel, you will see the whole body of the river issuing from a sable cavern, and tumbling over a rock of height just sufficient to convert into froth as white as snow, and behind it the arch of the bridge is partly catched in a disposition that forms a very uncommon assemblage of picturesque beauties. This is seen in highest perfection when the stream is full. Return to the bridge and ride down the east side of the river to Levin's Park. If you are not provided with a key from Kendal, the keeper must be applied to. Here is one of the sweetest spots that fancy can imagine. The woods, the rocks, the river, the grounds are rivals in beauty of style and variety of contrast. The bends of the river, the bulging of rocks over it, under which in some places it retires in haste, and again breaks out in a calm and spreading stream, are matchless beauties. The grounds in places are bold, and hang to the river, or fall into gentle slopes, and decline into easy plains. All is variety with pleasing transition. Thickets cover the brows, ancient thorns and more ancient oaks are scattered over the plain, and clumps and solitary beech trees of enormous size, equal, if not surpass anything the Chiltern Hills can boast. The park is well stocked with fallow deer. The side of the Kent is famous for petrifying springs that encrust vegetable bodies, as moss, leaves of trees, etc. There is one in the park called the Dropping Well. At a small distance is Hincaster, where the Romans had a camp, and from the name the Britons have called it the Old Camp. Within the park is Kirk's Head, mentioned by Camden as a place frequented by the Romans, yet nothing of late belonging to that people has been discovered at either place. Levin's house was the seat of a family of that name for many ages, then of Redman for many descents. Afterwards it came to Bellingham and Adam, or his son James Bellingham gave it the present form in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, and in taste of carvings in wood attempted to outdo his contemporary Walter Sterkland of Sizer, Esquire. After Bellingham it came to Colonel Graham, and from his daughter by marriage to the ancestor of the present noble possessor. Return by Levensbridge to Kendal 5 miles. Have a new view of the valley and the east side of Kent. At the park gate have a charming view of Sizer, showing itself to the morning sun and appearing to advantage from an elevated site under a bold and wooded background. The tower was built in the reign of Henry III or Edward I by Sir William Sterkland, who had married Elizabeth, the general heir of Ralph d'Ancourt. This is evident from an escutcheon cut in stone on the west side of the tower and hung cornerwise. D'Ancourt quartering Sterkland, 3 escallop shells, the crest on a close helmet, a full-topped holly bush. The same are the arms of the family at this time, and this has been their chief residence ever since. Before you leave Kendal, visit the Castle Law Hill. This is an artificial mount that overlooks the town and faces the castle, and surpasses it in antiquity, being one of those hills called laws, where in ancient times distributive justice was administered. From its present appearance it seems to have been converted to different purposes, but though well situated as a watch upon the castle, could never be a proper place to batter it from, as the report goes. To Lancaster, by Burton, 22 miles. Observe before you reach Burton, Farleton Knot, a naked towering rocky mountain, laid to resemble much in form the Rock of Gibraltar. Between Burton and Lancaster, see Donald Mill Hole, a subterraneous cavern, a river running through it with many curious petrifactions, in style like those in Derbyshire, and of the same kind. Lancaster, finis chartique vique. End of Part 13. Part 14 of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A comparative view of the height of mountains seen in this tour, with the most remarkable on the continent, taken from the latest surveys. Heights of mountains above the level of the sea, by Mr. Waddington, A.D. 1770. Snowdon in Wales, 3,456 feet. Whernside, 1,350 feet. Pendle Hill, 1,137 feet. Pennygant, 1,310 feet. Ingleborough, 1,329 feet. By Donald, Helvellyn, 3,324 feet. Skiddaw, 3,270 feet. Crossfell, 3,390 feet. Saddleback, 3,048 feet. In North Britain, Pennant's Tour in Scotland 1769. Ben Lomond, 3,240 feet. Ben Nevish, 4,350 feet. Bennybourg, still higher. Laghy-Niger, Ben Wewish. These last 3 mountains are never without snow. Heights above the level of the Mediterranean Sea, by M. T. Burritt. Lake of Geneva at the lower passage of the Rhone, 1,194 feet. Summit of the Dole, the highest mountain of Jura, 5,400 feet. Vale of Chamonix in Savoy, 3,363 feet. Ridge de Breven, a glacier in the valley of Chamonix, 8,847 feet. Valley of Mountain Vert in Savoy, 5,595 feet. Abbey of Sixt, Ibid, 2,391 feet. Summit of Grenier, 8,346 feet. Summit of Greneren, 8,874 feet. Summit of Bouet, 9,945 feet. Mont Blanc, 15,243 feet. Mount Etna, 12,000 feet. Heights above the level of the ocean. Highest part of the table at the Cape of Good Hope, 3,459 feet. Pike Ruccio in the island of Madeira, 5,067 feet. Pike Tenerife, 13,197. The same according to Dr. Hebden in Madeira, 15,396. Summit of Cotopaxi in the province of Quito, according to Don Antonio de Ulloa, 19,929 feet. Cayambor under the equator, 18,000. Chimboraco, 19,320. Pechincha, 14,580. Carason, 14,820. From the survey of mountains it appears that Snowdon is the highest in South Britain, yet below the point of permanent snow. It has been observed by the French academicians that amongst the Cordilleras in the province of Quito, Pechincha and Carason are the highest accessible mountains, and that all of greater heights are vested with eternal snow. On the glaciers, snow is permanent at a much inferior height, and where the sun's rays fall more oblique, less height is found, the boundary between temporary and eternal snow. But no mountain in South Britain touches the region of barrenness that intervenes between the limits of vegetation and perpetual snow. Sheep pass to the summits of shaggy Snowdon, green Helvellyn and purple Skiddaw. Barrenness only prevails where rock and precipice, the invincible objects to vegetation, oppose themselves. Roads from Lancaster to the lakes, miles. Lancaster, Longovicum, 3 miles to Heft Bank, 9 miles over Lancaster Sands to Carter House, 2 miles Cartmel Church Town or Fluckborough, 2 miles Holker Gate, 3 miles over Ulverston Sands to Carter House, 1 mile Ulverston, 12 miles Dalton, Furness Abbey and back to Ulverston, 4 miles Penny Bridge, 2 miles Lowick Bridge, or 5 from Ulverston to Lowick Bridge. 2.5 miles through Nibthwaite to Coniston Waterfoot, 6 miles to Coniston Waterhead, 3 miles to Hawkshead, 5 miles to Ambleside, or 3 miles to the ferry on Windermere, 1 mile Bowness across the Windermere, 7 miles to Ambleside, Amboglana, see the waterfall in the groves, 2 miles to Rydal, see the waterfall above the hall and the cascade in the summer house, 2 miles to Grasmere, 2.5 miles to Dunmail Raystones, 3 3/4 miles Dalehead, see the general view of Thirlmere, 4 3/4 miles Castle Rig, see the grand view of the Vale of Keswick, 1 mile Keswick, Deventione, 3 miles Loder Waterfall, 1 mile Grange, 1 mile Boderstone Castle Hill, 2.5 miles Rothwaite, 2.5 miles Seathwaite, see Black Lead or Wad Mines, 9.5 miles Keswick, 8 miles down Bassenthwaite Water by Bowness, Bradness, Scareness to Armathwaite, 9 miles up the other side of the lake to Keswick, 5 miles Gaffgadale, 3 miles Buttermere, 6 miles down Crummock Water to Lawton, 7.5 miles to Keswick, 4 miles Threskield, 6 miles Whitbarrow, see the Roman encampment, 1 mile Penruddock, 6 3/4 miles Penrith, Berida, Foreda, 5 miles Dunmallet at the foot of Ullswater and Pooley Bridge, 9 miles Watermillock, Goberry Park, Airy Bridge, to the head of Ullswater, see the waterfall in Gobarrow Park, 9 miles Ambleside, or 14 miles to Penrith, 10.5 miles by Lowther, Askham and Bampton to Hawes Water, 15 miles from the head of Hawes Water through the Longsleydale to Kendal, or 5 miles to Shap by Roskill and Shap Abbey, 7 miles to Horsfoot, 8 miles to Kendal, Concangium, 10 miles down the east side of Kent to Levins Park and return to Kendal by Sizer, 11 miles Burton in Kendal, Cottiam, 11 miles Lancaster. Finis. End of Part 14. End of A Guide to the Lakes by Thomas West. Read by Phil Benson in Sydney, Australia.